Jesse, can you put it right above that mic too, if there's...
Well, it says it's having trouble connecting. Unstable internet connection.
We were having a hard time getting to the audio.
Spectrum actually sent out a notice.
I don't say they don't.
It may just be a little laggy for a minute.
Yeah, it has a delay.
Has it?
Yes.
Our internet.
We have 3 bars.
Okay, thank you. I call to order the Berlin Township Trustee meeting, regular meeting for June 9th, 2025. If you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. Please call roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Here.
Trustee Rio.
Here.
Trustee Fuller.
That takes us to public comment. Anybody who would like to speak, please come to the lectern, and 3 minutes.
And yes, good evening. My name is Susan Rode. I'm with Delaware Public Health District. And if I may, I have some information to share with you. I did bring 4 copies. Who would like the 4th copy?
I would like.
Okay, you got it. You got it.
Fiscal officer.
Wonderful.
Thank you.
Thank you kindly.
You are so welcome. And then I'm just going to leave this here because I'll ticks in just a second. You can keep that.
That's not, okay. You got me there.
You thought they were real?
I thought there was something in there.
Not at all. Hopefully quite the contrary to that. And so the first thing that I have there is it talks about food options in our community. And so what our community health division is doing is sending out a survey to folks to have a better understanding of food accessibility, insecurity, just different options to be able to reach people. And so they're really making a push for that. And just like it says, you can take the survey yourself if you'd like. The next one is about breastfeeding lunch and learns that we offer at Delaware Public Health District. We have some upcoming ones in July, but then as it's listed, it's also throughout the fall. And this has truly proven to be very helpful for many in our community, and our numbers just keep going up each month. And it's open to the public, not just to women, infants, and children. Piggybacking off of that, we have the Baby Expo. Last year it was at the health department, but this year it's got upgraded to Grady, and we expect a very good turnout there. And that's not until August, but I most likely won't be back until August. So I'm going to make sure to share it with you today. The next one is about the ticks. And so we're just in general promoting awareness as to what to do with ticks. And then if you were to go to the health department, we have what I had set down at the table there to help people safely remove a tick. We've had people come in and we can help them identify what tick it is that they have, which can also help in their treatment. And so it's very timely to the season. I did not mean to scare but you definitely can keep that. And then finally, the last one just talks about our mobile clinic, and we'll do our summer tour that we do, going all over throughout the County of Delaware, providing nursing services with available appointments, and it can be no appointment necessary to reach the public better. Does anyone have any questions for me?
Thank you. Any questions?
Do we happen to have a visual for social media regarding Tick identification and prevention and treatment.
The one that I had sent in May, it's just a generalization. It's the one that the flyer that I gave you all. If you would like more information, I can definitely.
I mean, it's good information, but I think the visual obviously hits.
Made an impact. No, I like that.
And I think also people don't know if they're ticks or fleas or, you know, what necessarily, especially, it's not necessarily on the human, but also on the dogs that come in.
Yes, absolutely. 110%. Yes, I will follow up with environmental health and get back with you guys.
Wonderful.
And then I did send a link about the breastfeeding lunch and learns, the food options in our community in this mobile clinic all just came out within the last week. So I will follow up with you and send electronic versions of those for you. Okay? All right.
Trustee Blower, did you have any questions?
Okay. Thank you.
Not today.
Other public comment?
Hi, guys. My name's Jerome Franz, and I live at 6277 Sherman Road. Thank you for taking the time to listen to me for a minute. I'm requesting a speed limit evaluation for the road. As was discussed earlier, the road is very narrow. The speed limit's 45. There's no sidewalks. I know, path going forward, something we can't resist, the road is going to be widened. I understand that. But for now, I would like you to consider lowering the speed limit on the road for certain obvious reasons. Say on the first page, the Ohio Department of Transportation typically designs lanes to be 12 feet per roadway, per vehicle. When you have a 2-lane road, it's 24 feet. Sherman Road is approximately 16 to 17 feet wide, depending on where you look, where you are. There are also several suggested speeds which are lower than the 45-mile-an-hour speed limit that's on the road. There's children playing in the vicinity, riding bikes down the road without sidewalks. And we all know, as adults, when the speed limit's 45, you got people doing 50, 55, sometimes more than that down the road. And it's affecting the safety of the children, the adults, everybody that lives on that road. All residents that live on the road are in agreement to have a lower speed limit. There's a 1-mile stretch approximately for the road with a T at the end of each street. There's no sidewalks available. It's impossible driving down the road to have 2 school buses or large vehicles pass each other without one pulling off the side of the road a little bit and onto property or into the ditch or whatnot. A lower speed limit between 25 to 35 mile an hour would reduce the amount of traffic going down that road, which would also reduce the wear and tear on the road to make the road last longer, reducing maintenance and the need for repairs. I've spoken with the ODOT, sorry. The decision automatically comes down to you guys. You guys make the decision and send them a recommendation. They are on board with having a lower speed limit on those roads. And I think it would make us as residents and citizens happier and feel more safe. You know, I can't count the number of times I've been riding my bike with my 6-year-old kid and someone comes up flying behind us. I can only imagine what would happen if, you know, my 6-year-old kid or the neighbor's 10-year-old kid was riding down that road and somebody came up flying and they didn't see them. You know, irregardless of accidents on the road, I also know there's the buddy system. So when something happens, hey, don't worry about this. We'll take care of it out of hand. No need to get the police involved. So there have been accidents, but not reported. So I appreciate all consideration. You guys taking this matter and discussing it later. And thank you for your time.
For the record, did you get your name and address?
How do you spell the last name, sir?
Franz, Franz.
Franz, Jerome?
Correct. Jerome.
Got it.
Typically, we don't comment, but I'll open it to the board if the board wishes to.
I'd like to make a couple comments if I could. First off, I'm trustee Bowman, and we've been aware of Sherman Road for years and have requested of ODOT to lower the speed limit. So this is not a unique situation that you're bringing up. We've accepted that in the past and have not gotten anywhere with ODOT on it, so that we can attempt to do it again. The process is not quite the way it's written here. The process is that we write a request for engineering to the Delaware County Engineer's Office. They come out, then we'll do a traffic count, then we'll figure out, fill out all the paperwork, and jointly we'll send that to ODOT. ODOT then takes a look at the driveways and the way things are there. And looks then, comes back to us and tells us whether or not they would go along with lowering the speed limit. Now, there's some laws being introduced in the state legislature that would give the townships more ability to do that in the future, but it's not there now.
That's
So
what
right
we're
now,
bringing
we
us
got the
up.
process is we fill out the engineering paperwork through the county engineer's office, send that in, and that sort of stuff. We've tried it on several roads, like 3B's and K down by the school, all that. That's still 55 mile an hour. We would love to have that speed limit reduced because you've got so many school buses going in and out. School buses can't pass very well on that. Mirrors frequently tink as they pass, as vehicles pass each other on 3B's and K. So it's not that we wouldn't try to reduce it for Sherman Road, but in the past, we haven't been very successful at it. The other thing that you need to consider is with the Sunbury Parkway that's coming along, the amount of traffic on that road is going to increase dramatically. And what it is the entrance to 71 is going to be near where Sherman Road hits 3B's and K. And so that's in the viaduct and the bridge for the new entrance on 71 is going to be there at that location. So I expect there will be a lot of traffic going increase for people bringing boats and campers and things of that way to get across to Africa Road and going across there. The other thing that will happen is a lot of the people in the developments to the north, instead of going up and getting on 36, 37 and coming back down to that road, will end up going to the south and getting to the interchange to get on 71. And the people coming off 71 will come do the same thing, go the same way. For folks that are going to Cheshire or any place else that's south and west of them, the south and east will go on down 3B's and K and then go east, and the south will go south. But I expect a huge increase and that's probably a couple, 3 years down the road when that interchange work happens. So I just wanted to let you know what we've done and that sort of thing. In the past, we've looked at widening the road, making it so that it can handle the traffic. But in order to widen it, we need to take out all the trees. And the residents are very much against taking out all the trees, put a ditch down the side of the road, and then you'd have a road that would be able to handle the increased amount of traffic flow across the area. So it's not like it's a unique, that you're bringing up something we haven't looked at in the past, but we've looked at it and tried to make the situation as good as we can. One thing that I wish had happened is that the north of where you're at had an access to Sherman Road right near 3B's and K, because that would have made the entrance and onto 71 and that sort of stuff just a short distance rather than the whole road, because the whole road's going to end up being used for the passage to get to 71. So I just wanted to bring those things to your attention too, and we can look at it, we can talk amongst ourselves to see whether or not, or how we do with speed study and try to make that change.
Yeah, and I appreciate that once again, and I appreciate you guys taking the time to listen to me. I do have one request that when you do submit something to ODOT, please let me know. And I'm more than willing to leave my cell phone number because once again, I've worked with Bernie Moreno and some other people, and I'd love to get this pushed through.
Having letters that say that the residents are interested in reducing the speed limit is a plus. We can send that along with the application and try to do that. Send that to, assuming that we decide to do an REA or request for engineering assistance, and get the county engineer to put all that together to do that sort of thing. They're pretty reluctant to, because if you look at 3 Bs and K, 3 Bs and K is really busy and it's got lots and lots of school traffic.
Yeah.
Besides teachers for 2 schools, and all of the students and everybody else going in and out of it. I'm just very frustrated with the speed limit being so high on 3 Bs and K as well as Sherman Road.
Right, yeah, I mean, just the speed limits, I'm gonna be honest, all around in this whole area up here are, they're asinine. They're way too fast for what should be applicable, I'm gonna say. That's the right word. There's so many kids playing, so much going on, so many blind spots. It's not safe, and you know.
And part of the reason that ODOT does it is ODOT is the one that maintains the record that the court and the sheriff uses as far as writing speed tickets. If we just want to put up a speed limit sign, it has no legal bearing, and even if they write a ticket, nobody's going to do anything with it.
Correct.
So that's, we have to get ODOT to do something in order to be able to have even something that's enforceable.
Yeah, yep. I mean, you're right, but you know, like I said, the recommendation has to come from you guys for ODOT to even consider it. And when I talked to them, they were looking at the road, and you know, the lady I was talking with on the phone, she's like, "Oh, I agree. 45, looking at the width of the road," she goes, "it's too fast for that road." She goes, I totally agree, but you know, you have to start with.
In the past, they've determined that 55 was the right way.
Yeah.
So that's how we got to where we're at.
Trustee, Fred?
Thank you. I am a huge proponent of reducing the speed limits myself as well. So I'm happy to entertain a resolution for us, as Trustee Bullard kindly mentions. You know, the recommendation has not been provided to us by that in the past. So I think maybe remanding this issue to the Director of Roads and Facilities would be good. I would also just caution, if you want expansion of the road, you're asking.
I don't want expansion. I just know it's coming.
Well, it's 17 feet. You're calling out facts that we're aware of. And if you want real safety, safety includes things like sidewalks, things like berms, things like ditches, things that require a complete change to the character of that road. And you're not going to necessarily get that. Even if you reduce the speed limit, you may not get the safety that you had anticipated.
I'm not asking for sidewalks. I'm not asking for any of that. I'm simply asking because of the width of the road, with no changes currently, the speed limit should be lowered. I'm not asking for sidewalks.
But there's alternative solutions to that. Because what you're really asking for is safety of the road, right?
A slower speed limit to help reduce the traffic going down the
You're
road.
asking for safety in your community for your 6-year-old.
Well, all 3 of my kids, yes.
Yeah, all 3 of your kids, yeah, but you call out your 6. So the idea here is the safety considerations are narrowed to only one solution, right? We have to be comprehensive in that inquiry and say, what is the safest path forward for the community? Maybe right now it's just a reduction of speed limit to 35 miles per hour on 3 Bs and K in Sherman. But when you create an assessment and an evaluation, you have to be prepared for whatever those results bring. And if those results end up bringing that the road needs widened and that a ditch needs made, and potentially that a sidewalk or trail needs to be included in that, just, you know, we have to be willing to engage all the different safety parameters, because I completely agree with you. The safety of our kids in this community is #1 priority.
Correct.
So you and I are aligned there. I agree with you with the mileage reduction. But I also, please note trustee Bullard's extension of the Sunbury Parkway is going to bring traffic of unparalleled use to that area, and it may require more extensive remediation at that time for the safety of the community as well.
Speed bumps?
So,
All to be considered, right?
Mm-hmm.
so there's a lot here. So we have been working, I was first on the board in 2004, and we've been working on Sherman Road since 2004. And it always comes through a lot of work, and it always winds up staying the way it is. Because really, what the county engineer is recommending is the widening of the road. And many years ago, it was $2 million for us to do that. So it's also a whole township consideration if we do improvements on it. The county engineer does not approve speed bumps. So as long as Chris Bosserman is county engineer, that's not going to happen. And having lived by rumble strips, I wouldn't recommend those either, because anybody who lives anywhere near a rumble strip will be displeased. And they also cause the roads to crack because it gets water in there, freezes, cracks.
Correct.
So rumble strips, county engineer will approve those, but he won't approve the speed tables. So you have to be a little careful about an REA, which is the request for engineering and assistance, which is the process we go and ask the county engineer for that assessment. And since he's recommended widening of the road in the past, I don't want the residents to be irate when it comes out. That's what he recommends rather than, my guess is he would recommend both.
That's what I think.
And so then the residents say, but we don't want the one. And then, well, then we'll take what we've got because we don't want to lose our trees. But really, to me, Sherman Road is an unsafe road. I've recommended widening it for many years, and but the residents are against that. I'm here to represent the residents, but and it would not cost $2 million now. I don't know what it would cost now. That was several years ago. It would have been $2 million, and that's not including pathways or sidewalks.
Mm-hmm.
I would tend to think they wouldn't do a sidewalk. I think they would do a multi-use path. Just things to understand. And I'll listen to the road liaison and the roads department as to whether or not we do the REA, because I'm not opposed to doing the REA. I just want you to understand what you're really asking for.
Well, and before they, widen the road and they do the sidewalks, there's other things that needs to be done on that road. And these are bridges that would need to be crossed before they did that. Like there's no natural gas lines running down that road.
The funny thing you said is bridges, and that's one of the problems.
What?
The bridge.
Yeah.
On Sherman Road.
Mhm.
That was deteriorated, and we shored that up. And, but it's on a curve, and so widening the road, the county engineer wants that road widened, but
I understand.
he doesn't want to pay for it.
I understand. And
When ODOT's wanting to do 71 and Sunbury Parkway, I have problems with because it's going to throw the way they've got that design, there's going to be so much traffic thrown on.
it's going right through a community too, which I don't understand how they're going to do that.
They got money and they got the governor's support.
That to me is the real issue of Sherman Road and why we're in the conundrum that we're in, because once that happens, it's nearly inevitable that it has to be widened.
Mm-hmm.
And at that point, it's nearly unjustifiable from a safety perspective to not widen it.
Correct. Which I totally understand. I understand development and growth. I mean, my businesses, they survive off economic growth. But I was kind of hoping for a I guess, temporary solution until things are safer. And, if they choose to widen it, so be it. I'd like a temporary fix or something for right now. It's kind of what I'm going after.
I understand, and it's totally understandable.
So this
It's
will
just when you open a can of worms, the can is open, and I just want you to know that.
I understand.
So the road liaison will follow up on that.
So,
One of the things that we've been asked to do is to send a letter to the state about the 36-37 split and how 36 is going to be Sunbury Parkway. Sunbury Parkway will end up being 36. And they got a huge project. I don't know if you looked at it or not, but it's all pretty well laid out what they're doing. They're in the EPA approval process right now to get all that put in place. The only east-west road between current 36-37 and Cheshire Road is Sherman Road. There isn't anything through any of the developments that gets across through there. So the only way you can go from 3 BZK over to Africa Road is Sherman Road.
Correct.
And to put one to the south probably wouldn't happen because you gotta go across parkland. So between Cheshire Road and Sherman Road, there's getting across the parkland, which is really Corps of Engineers land, is very, very difficult. To the north of it, all the housing developments are in there. There's no place to put a road. So the road that's there either stays or you look at somebody to figure out how to close it or do something else to make something like that work. But again, it's the only east-west road. And so the east-west road there that's what's gonna drive it along. And when you look at the amount of traffic that's gonna happen with the new viaduct and the new entrance and exit there, that's scary.
Right.
As far as
100%. 100%.
And I don't know if you know, but 3B's and K is gonna be cul-de-sac at 36-37. And it's gonna be cul-de-sac just north of Sherman Road. So it'll be, and then there will be a road that goes from the existing 3B's and K over to where Four Winds is. And that'll be the way in and out of 3B's and K north of Sherman Road. South of Sherman Road will stay pretty much where it is. That's what the plan has right now. And so it's not gonna make it any easier to get west of in the west area there.
Right.
And so what I foresee or what I recognize is just an increase in the amount of traffic, as that traffic gets in the area.
Well, yeah, I mean, and once again, I was hoping with the lower speed limit, they would go down there to Cheshire because that's a wider road,
not the way that that is designed. It angles right down to Sherman Road. I wish you were right, because it is a county road. We wouldn't have to deal with all the traffic. Totally wish you were right. It isn't gonna happen.
I would like that too, and I would be willing to help support that. I'm also willing to help support lowering of the speed limit at this time. So if a resolution from the roads liaison was brought forward, I would support that. But these are very temporary, very, at the end of the road, so to speak, not your long-term solution, which is coming within the next 4 to 5 years. So I would probably press ODOT a little bit more if I could on the redistribution of traffic and focus on the 4 to 10 year solution. You know what I mean?
Right.
But also, we can do this. You're right. Intermediate step, not a problem. But the real bottleneck, so to speak, is going to be when you get to the outlet right on the Sherman Road, and the problems it's going to create for township roads. And then our township is going to have to absorb that cost and provide that service. You guys are not going to like that traffic. We're not going to like that traffic. So if we can figure out a way to repurpose that right now in the planning phases, that'd be great, but they're pretty far along.
But they're in transit, in transit. They aren't gonna change.
They don't seem to indicate change, but change is always possible.
Yeah.
We've worked on it a lot over the years.
Okay.
I've been involved with it a couple of things 20 years at least, as far as the interchange. And we've expressed the concerns, but we don't have a very good position to come at it. The people that are making the decisions are the federal government, ODOT, and then kind of the county engineer is involved in it. And the township is way low on even getting invited to meetings, and that sort of stuff.
That said, trustee Bullard, if you brought forward a resolution to lower the speed limit, I'd support it.
Well, already.
All right, yeah.
Well, I mean, I appreciate you guys and I appreciate your input. I'm gonna keep working things from my angles. It sounds like I have your support for a lower speed limit if they agree and, you know, hopefully through the other paths, we get something accomplished.
And the situation right now isn't good for the road because we don't have ditches along the road, so the road doesn't have a place to drain. So the road really is the ditch. The water comes down the road, doesn't go off the road, it comes down the road.
Oh, I had a ditch.
That's not something that we like.
Right,
Well, all portions of it.
right.
Trustee.
I got my lawnmower stuck last week.
So do you want to bring that forward at the next meeting, or when do you want to do
We'll talk about it, we'll talk about the roads.
that? Tonight?
Yeah, we can talk. That's not, because our next meeting is July.
But we could have an update for them.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
Hey, thank you very much. You guys have a wonderful evening.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? And if we don't ask any questions, you'll have 3 minutes. If we extend it, it'll be extended, but you have 3 minutes.
We'll quickly go, and we're definitely not as prepared. I think this is our first trustee meeting. So we moved last year.
You identify your name.
Yes,
and-
okay, that's why I need to know the process. So I'm Puneet Kumar. We live,
You may have to spell that. for
okay,
us.
that makes sense.
Did you Did you sign in?
No, oh, yeah, sure.
Sign in.
You guys can do that later. Go ahead and talk.
Sure, so we live across 6900 Turnstone Loop. They built a new community behind the Grace Church, near 3Bs and 3K. So we were listening to that problem. We are also part of it. We have a pond behind our homes, which is not completed and it's in a state of turmoil. We are seeing that water after this rain is not staying and then it's turning into quicksand. The reason we brought the kid over here because he was in the accident. He was part of it, his family was part of it. So they were playing and the ball went there and the kids were assembled there and they were like, one of the kids was literally getting down and he had to pull him out. So we are in that situation. Like some of us were not even aware of that incident and slowly we learned about it and my daughter plays there every day. I cycle there every day. So yeah, that's why we're here to report the problem. So we tried reaching out to the builder, which is Schottenstein Homes. We tried reaching out to Master HOA, we didn't see anything. Master HOA through CPAs? Master HOA,
Okay.
yeah, through CPAs, but we didn't get any resolution yet. So we didn't know what to do. And then got to awareness, got to know Megan and got to be aware of the situation. And then we thought coming here would help.
Can I ask a question?
Sure.
Is it in the road right away?
I'm sorry?
Is it in the road right away?
No, it's not in the road right away.
So there really isn't anything we can do with that. But who I would recommend, I believe that would have authority over it is Soil and Water, because they did a ditch petition when they created the development. And so it's part of the drainage system, correct?
Yes.
And so the drainage system is covered by soil and water. So you may not know this, but when you pay your taxes, you're paying part of the assessment, and that goes to maintaining those. And the Delaware County, I always get soil and water and soil. Soil and water has authority over that. So that they have that, because they can actually go onto your land. We can't do it, but they can do that. Because they have an easement, and we don't have an easement, but they do.
But since this pond comes under Berlin Township, is there something you can do with soil and water? Just curious.
So, if I may, because I looked into this, and thank you, Puneet, for bringing this forward to my attention. I did think it actually initially fell in Berkshire Township, and so I ended up sending a note that way, and it came right back around to the administrator. And we did initiate with Soil and Water at that time. I've since sent a note to the Schottenstein's development, because I just want to understand what the issue even is initially. And I did want to let you know that I heard an update today from a COS corporation that basically indicates that the COS corporation works with the owner representative to Schottenstein's home and was involved in the original development of North Lake condominiums, which I assume is the development. It says the pond was constructed in 2018. There have been various maintenance efforts and actions to establish a basin and ensure it functions. It appears, based on the photos provided, which I was given by Puni, that there may be a couple items with issue. The basin appears to have collected silt and the outlet may have a leak. We are meeting at the site with one of our representatives and a contractor who has worked with the basin in the past. Once we better understand the site conditions, we will be able to provide you with an updated evaluation and plan to resolve. So this is just me reaching out to understand the issue. Trustee O'Brien is completely right that this falls within the purview of developer and HOA because it's out of the road, the right of way. And further, it's not a zoning issue because in the development plan, it indicates that the master HOA is the one to maintain these ponds. However, I did initiate this because I was trying to understand the issue. And we did also initiate with Soil and Water, and I'm not sure if there's.
Can I have Director Peden elaborate on that? He's
Yeah.
had a conversation with Soil and Water.
So Matt and I have met out there twice.
Who's Matt?
Matt Lanham, Soil and Water. I actually talked to you when we was at.
Oh yeah, I was cycling there.
Yes.
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 Oh yes. Yes.
Okay.
So we've met out there. This has been a known issue with Soil and Water. They are going to meet with Cass on Thursday, I do believe.
Cass is how you pronounce it?
Yeah, I think they're going to meet.
K-A-S-S.
Yeah,
K-A-S.
They're going to tell me what they really are.
I think they're just like a
Owner's
project manager, like a owner's rep, someone like that.
They identified as the owner representative for Schottenstein.
So it's the plan, we've got the plans now of the pond and what it's supposed to be. Matt and I have identified 4 things that need fixed.
Okay.
And the way it's sitting right now with Steve Sanders, what's Steve's that? One is the head of Soil and Water. Scott. What they've decided is they're going to try and get the developer or them to the owner's rep to fix it. And if not, Soil and Water is going to go in there and fix it and assess.
Okay, so that's something you need to understand. I don't know if you understood what you just said, but Soil and Water is trying to make Schottenstein fix it. If they don't fix it, Soil and Water has authority, but they have authority, and then they'll charge all the landowners. And they won't pay for it.
So the other thing about that pond is.
And that assessment comes on your taxes, and you have no way to stop that, just so that you know. But they will take care of the problem because they have authority.
So the pond is actually a detention pond, not a retention
I
pond.
wondered about that one.
So over by where the fountain is, there's an area there. It's actually 2 areas in that kidney that's designed to actually hold water full time. The part over by where I was talking to you over on that one end, that is basic. There's the pipes coming out. They're going to make a channel to make sure the water gets to where the water's supposed to be. But that end will always be mucky like that this time of year until it dries out because it's meant to be a retention pond. So the level it's at is actually pretty close to where it's supposed to be. So I don't know if maybe the HOA may want to consider a fence or something if they're worried about kids getting in that, because that will never hold water and be like a true pond like you see at some of these other subdivisions.
Because my understanding, I'm not an engineer, is that if it holds water, it has to be deep because of, I'll just say like cattails. It has to be deep enough that it doesn't cause a problem, that causes mosquitoes. So when it's
Detention.
Detention,
Detention.
it's just meant to hold it when there's a big rain and then dry out completely at some point in time. But the problem is the in-between time, when it's holding water and when it's dry, is what I'm hearing.
Yes. And
But it shouldn't be a
So-
mess for
Right.
too long.
no, the other problem is it is silted in. Getting rid of the silt and getting it back to a solid bottom will help,
Yeah,
but it's still going to be, it's still not going to be, you couldn't drive a lawnmower down in there.
No, but it really shouldn't be that mucky. It should
No,
be-
I mean,
it
I'm
should
talking
have
like-
grass. that-
Yes, it'll be
it
about,
shouldn't be drowning in.
right,
No, it shouldn't
no,
be muddy.
Yeah.
It should be wet, soft, but it shouldn't be muddy. It
right.
should be
Of
Correct.
course, the
grass.
silt is, that's the problem, and they're going to remove as much silt as they can. But I don't know, because the problem soil and water is they're there for the drainage, they're not there for the aesthetics.
Well, right, no, it's not to be pretty, it's to be
Well, even-
safe.
Well, that,
People get that mixed up.
yeah,
But, I mean, if they want pretty, that's what HOA, they can make it pretty, they don't have to. But for the design, it needs to be safe.
Yeah, I completely agree. And it sounds like you were involved in it, and I appreciate you were involved in the situation and you helped your friend. Is that what happened, or were you the person that was involved in that?
Yeah, so my friend, he got stuck in there since a wall or something went there and he was trying to get it out. But there was like some sort of sand and mud, he got stuck in there, and the more he tried to get out, he just kept sinking in. So then my dad came to pull him out.
Oh, well, good on you for reporting it, and good on you, Dad, for helping for the situation. And I think that situation should not be happening. So whatever Schottensteins and soil and water need to do to try to prevent that situation from happening, that's great. And I think the HOA sounds like is involved in this already.
We tried, we don't know any contacts, we reached the master HOA, the local HOA of RN that's involved, but they can't do much.
Good on you for bringing this issue forward and figure out how to keep the kids safe.
Yeah, it's safety, right? That's first. We don't want beautification. We can look some other way around. Safety is what we need.
Yeah, as we have seen, several in eyesore, but the nature of the issue changed when the kid got started. And now it has become more of a safety issue than the aesthetic part. We need to wait for the safety first, and then, the aesthetic part later, because, I'm also concerned it might affect our home values down the line, if it's not well maintained, in its current state. So that's also one of the concerns we are having.
So we can use our good offices to help facilitate, but we actually don't have authority, is really what I'm trying
Yeah.
to convey. Because they'll listen to us, but they don't have to do what we ask them to do.
We'll just seek your help so that they know that you are listening to us as well. So, just want that. There's one more thing, one question on master HOA. Like, we have been working with them, but we have no contact. We don't know what's the process of communication with them. We feel that in our community, especially because we fired one of their companies called Double Diamond, Black Diamond. I don't know, they were charging us so much money without doing anything, and we are in debt in our HOA already. So our common areas in between, that's like, it's all being taken care of by us. That's where there's so much confusion, like who actually owns this issue, and we have been like a tennis ball or a pickleball ball for that matter.
So part of the issue on that is that you're in two different townships. And so I don't know who had the final say on the HOA, because when we do a zoning, we usually have the 80–85% that it's turned over to the homeowners. But I've brought to the administrator's attention that what they're now doing is they're making it so that the homeowners associations have to hit a certain percent before they can really take over. And so the developer has control until the end, because you can't surpass that percent, because you have to have a super majority to go over, and I've got a problem with that. However, in this issue, I imagine the larger portion of your development is in Berkshire by far. And so they probably had a control over when it went over to the homeowners association, and who had control over that. But they could have made it so that Schottenstein always has control over it, which I would have a problem with, but you have to ask the question I imagine of Berkshire.
Yeah, I mean, it is a little bit tricky because the pond in that situation is very development, majority being in Berkshire, so, not to give you a runaround at all, but I do think Berkshire would have more information on how that development listed out, and it sounds like, it sounds like there's some issues with the turnover and the ability to manage that area. But I can tell you that I reached out to Schottenstein's at 4:50 on a Sunday, and I had an answer by noon today or something like that. So they're a well-established builder in our area, and I used the contact information that actually you had forwarded. So, like he said, if we can facilitate any kind of resolution for you, I'm certainly willing to as the zoning liaison. But there's only so much that we can do as the township, you know. Soil and water can certainly enforce it, but you just need to be aware of the ramifications for that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Definitely.
And it needs to be enforced, because we can't have situations like that again.
And the homeowners association and Schottenstein's, the developer, can do things quickly. The process for the soil and water, if it gets to ditch petition and that sort of stuff, it's a very deliberate process that you have to go through. And that could take up to a year to get the areas, to get all of this, the engineering work, the decisions made, all of the things that have to be done to get there. And the cost will probably be more for the ditch petition than it would be for the developer or the homeowners association to just go in and fix the problem.
That's what our help would be like. Yeah, since you guys have already shared your thoughts, thanks Megan for that. We hope that builder will take into the account and get it fixed. We'll keep you informed. We know where you sit now, so and we'll come more prepared next time. We'll definitely keep you posted. Of course, we'll be aware. Yeah, and we also weigh in on the 55 CBs and 3K on our side of the place, coming to Four Winds. That's 55. So imagine.
Now North 3Bs and K is at County Road.
Oh,
South 3Bs and K is Township Road, just as an FYI. Why it's that way?
Well, they say that it has to have the north-south connection
Yeah,
to
but
county roads, and 3Bs and K doesn't connect to the county road on the south side. South.
okay. Thanks for clarifying that.
Thank
Thank you
you,
for your time.
appreciate
Appreciate
it. Thank you,
If you need some more information, you can write it down.
thank you.
Yeah, if you put your name and address there, he can just. Okay, thank you very much. Any other public comment? Hearing none, we'll move on.
Could we move the executive session?
Do I have a motion?
Yes.
Move the recess into executive session from regular session pursuant to RC 121.22G1 to consider the appointment, employment, dismissal, discipline, promotion, demotion, or compensation of a public employee or official with the township administrator, David Riemenhoff, board of trustees, and fiscal officer present.
Do I have a second?
Second.
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Lord. Discussion, please call the roll.
Fuller,
Yes.
Ryan,
Yes,
Rail.
Yes.
we are in executive session.
Back there, or-
Do you want to
What?
See ya.
Very quick.
It's like, that's what you did.
I'm quick, but I'm not that quick.
Yes, sir.
Do we have a motion to return to regular session?
Move to return to a regular session from executive session, Mr. Chair.
Moved by trustee Rail, second by trustee Buller. Discussion, please call the roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Bryan,
Yes.
trustee Gould.
Yes.
That takes us to, no decisions were made, no actions taken. That takes us to approval of minutes. Do I have a motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to approve the 1/6 special, 1/13 regular, 1/15 special, and 1/26 regular meeting with my trustee rules edits incorporated, as well as the highlighted portions to be included or have been included in the revised vision and dispense with reading, so say.
I second. Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call the roll.
Trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Buller,
Yes.
trustee Rail.
Yes.
That takes us to road department requisitions. The first item, who would like to discuss?
And we got the monthly expense, we got the list there. For the monthly expenses.
Okay.
With that, I move that we approve requisition May number 1 for $281.97 for monthly expenses. So moved.
I second. Moved by trustee Buller, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call the roll.
Trustee Buller,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Second one is, we had to have the, one of the trucks repaired, 2016 Peterbilt, with a new starter and all the repairs associated with that. I make a motion that we approve requisition R06-01E in the amount of $2,957.15 to Orange Township for repairs to the 2016 Peterbilt truck.
I second. Moved by trustee Buller, seconded by the chair. Discussion, please call the roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Buller,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien.
Yes. Is there anything else for road department?
Yes. I believe it's the back.
My updates were from.
There's this one that is Swiss Farms. This Swiss Farms folks. We've gotten a plan and a quote for the post frame building being built at the fire station. I would make a motion that we approve that building. It's a 60 by 80 by 16 foot post frame construction. You can see the picture of it in the drawing.
Yes, I don't have an issue with that. I have a little bit of an issue in regards to the contingency amount, because that takes us over.
So it's inflation, it's 77,241. I just did that just in case something happened.
If it goes over 75,000.
No, so it's 75,000 in the new law, and they raised it, this is the first year it's raised 3% with inflation.
Which takes us to how much?
77,241. So every year when they did the new force account limits instead of them.
Thank you. That addressed my concern. I don't have the same concern.
Now, colors we can pick out, that's up to you guys, but that's just what they did, and I don't know that conversation I'm ready to have yet.
Do you have a motion?
With that, I would like to make a
I'll get you
motion
guys
to
covered.
approve requisition R06-02 in the amount of $77,240 to Swiss Farms of Salina, Ohio for a post frame building. So moved.
I second. Moved by trustee Buller, seconded by the chair. Discussion.
Can we have a quick discussion on this, gentlemen?
Sure.
Okay, so what is the impact of this facility in addition to what we're going to be talking about later regarding the new facility? Is this a temporary solution? Is this a permanent solution in addition to an additional facility? That's my first question.
Administrator Hill, would you like to address?
Permanent solution in addition to what we were looking at. It would be to store equipment and vehicles at home.
Okay, thank you. I appreciate that clarification. Then this follow-up question to that is look and feel. So it very specifically calls out colors in this that I do not want us to agree to right now. Is there any way that we could ensure that captured in this is that we're gonna TBD the colors and scheme a little bit and potentially even address aesthetics at the time that we do the new facility?
Can you elaborate on what you mean by aesthetics?
Sure, yeah.
Because I can't really change we can change we can do
Like,
color trim, metal color.
Are you saying add something to it to give it some,
Well, can I make a suggestion?
like fake window panels or things like
but
that
at a later time?
at a later time.
If the township has the will and the money, but not part of this project that would take us over the competitive bid.
Correct.
And the
You're exactly where I'm going.
color that's called out here is black, and trim color is brilliant. What I would suggest is that we use the colors of the fire station only,
I'll get what colors are available, and then you guys can pick.
so that it matches what's there.
It'll be, they got some that's close, but I don't know exactly if it'll be exact, plus.
So what I would suggest in that vein is I would like it to be exact. But if it doesn't, it might need to be complementary, because if it can't really match, you don't want something close to it that looks off. But if it's a complementary color, that, do you know what I'm saying?
And what I'm saying is
I agree.
the manufacturers all paint with different paint, and there probably won't be an exact color match, but it's gonna be close.
Well, I mean.
They can get exact now. I mean, even, anybody can say, match this color to my paint, and they can do it now. So I'm not gonna take, a light gray or the red on our fire and have a completely different maroon, but close, using the same Pantone.
Yeah.
Because the manufacturer of the steel, comes and rolls, is the one that actually makes the colors.
Can the steel be painted?
Not as it can always be painted, but not as part of the process. We can look and see if we need custom colors and that sort of thing.
Yeah,
We'll make something close to that.
but we're so close to that 75K mark.
We want to stay at the same price.
Because what we could do is we could install it as white but at a later date and time as a separate project,
Sure.
tying in with the new facility, but I'm not keen on that, on the black-white color scheme.
The only reason I had it put up, because I knew that the color would be a topic for discussion. So I just said, they're all the same price, so he's supposed to be mailing me a color, so that, because even if I copied it, it's as good as only our copier makes.
That's right, that's a problem, because.
So he's mailing me an actual, the thing that's picks the colors, and that's what the colors will be. So once I get that in the mail, I can't really copy it, but I'll put it in there so you guys can look at it, and we can discuss it at a future meeting. Because they're not going to be able to build till October at the earliest.
But we'll have the price along.
The price, so yes, the price, Tony is going through the contract right now, doing the addendums that we usually do for the township they don't own shop support, all that stuff. And as long as we have it back to sign by Thursday, the price is locked in, because the price that says on there is good for 7 days. And he did it Thursdays in knowing. Should be down towards the bottom.
Would request, if approved, authorizing either trustee Bullard or myself to be able to sign the contract once Tony okays it, so that the price doesn't go up again.
Sorry.
This for now is a cold storage building. So in the wintertime, we'll keep all the plow trucks. They will either be between the firehouse bay and here, and then the stuff we don't use in the winter, the tractors and stuff will go in cold storage. But this barn is set up and designed that if we ever want to heat it down the road, if we want to retro, we could make it a heated barn. It can be totally finished to be heated and we like the shop out here.
But in my view, I won't be here.
Right.
But my view would be to keep it cold storage, because if we build another facility, we'll have heated.
Right.
And we'll need this, I don't see a reason to make this grandiose when.
No, that's why we started, I mean,
I mean,
it has the ability, but it don't have to.
Well, and I see now that it's a pain in the butt because you have to switch things out, but we can handle difficulty for a while.
Yes.
If we have a heated place in the future for items, you can put things that just need heated there.
This building shouldn't be accessed every day. This is gonna be the
Storage.
storage building. It's not gonna be, now, we may, if we got signs in there or something like that, we have to go in and get signs for storage there. But we're not looking to put vehicles in and take them out all the time.
Totally done.
And what we were looking at was gravel floor, because we don't see the in and out.
Right.
We're not going to put utilities in it. This is a storage building, period.
There you go.
How long has Swiss Barnes been in business?
At least 10 years, probably longer, but I've known about them for 10 years.
Okay. And how did you come across them?
When I used to live in Mount Vernon, one of their crews, Amish crews, lives across the street from me.
Mm-hmm.
And they've done repairs for us personally on the farm. And they do quite a bit of other towns, like up north, they're more northeast, and they've done a lot of township work, and they're trying to expand this way.
So what I find is that it's remarkable for them to come under the $75,000. I'll call it $75,000.
It's a good price. There's no question. The only question is what quality do you get at that price, right? And so, for example, we have significant wind issues down there,
So,
and had to get creative with our solution for the roofing with that warranty. And it's attractive to have a 40-year warranty on the roof. Very attractive. However, I wanted to maybe understand that warranty a little bit more and ensure that there's some references and there's some reliability there, because when we built the station, we didn't end up being able to utilize the warranty that was promised on the initial roof, and thankfully found a viable solution with a good color on that roof to secure it, which we may have potentially use again for that seal coating, because it does help to address any potential leaks with water.
And what we're looking at here is creating a requisition that will get us moving toward getting a contract in place. The thing is, we still gotta get the paperwork signed for saying, they don't have child support and all those kind of things have to be done. We get the color and that sort of stuff, and out of that, we'll create a contract. So this isn't for the contract board, but there's some things that are gonna have to be done.
So let's say so what we're approving is the requisition, the proposal for which there's still some work that we're gonna do. Authorize you to work on the contract. You bring back the colors schema.
So the other thing for this building is we're not exempt from the permitting process. So this building will be inspected by Delaware County.
Yeah.
So I think wind-wise, we should be on top of their warranty. We should, because the county ain't gonna let something be.
Delaware County is known for
Being difficult.
Stringent
Particular.
rulings, so.
Thorough.
you all said it more politely than I would.
Okay. Thank you. That addresses all my
I have two
discussion.
questions. One, is this in the meeting packet or am I missing it?
Should be at the very end, towards the
Last
very.
page.
It's the last one?
Last one.
Okay, and the second question I had is, how am I allocating it? Oh, there it is.
So we had 400,000 in the budget we did last year for the original building, because that's what it was anticipated to cost, and it's gonna come out of that 400,000.
So it's not a permanent improvement.
Yes.
And thank you. And that does bring me to a final note. We had allocated how much for this? 400,000.
400,000.
And this coming in at approximately 75, 77 is significantly under all the estimates that we had come up with previously. I think the smallest of which was about 200,000, right?
That was for a 60 by 100, so we are a little bit smaller.
So it is smaller. It also doesn't have some of the other.
Doesn't have a concrete pad.
So, but if we don't need it, there's no reason.
We don't need it, we don't need it. Let's go with one
Well, I mean, yeah, we don't need
for
it.
now.
It's a want, but it's not a need. Okay, further discussion?
All right, so to answer my question more specifically, I'm allocating it to one, this is a lot of money, that's why I'm asking. 1,760,730,000 improvement of sites. General improvement of sites.
And how much money is in that current?
$562,636.30.
That should be
Officially less than that.
Further discussion?
Here's your card.
And when we get done with this, I want to authorize Administrator Hale and myself to
And
execute any documents to make it go.
And report.
And we're looking for.
Okay. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Rail.
Yes.
Okay, with that, make a motion that we authorize trustee Bullard or Administrator Hale to execute all documents and/or trustee Hale to execute all documents necessary for the executing the contract with Swiss Farms for the pole barn building at the fire station. So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Bullard, seconded by trustee Real.
Let me make sure I understand. Did you say both, or did you just?
And/or.
And/or.
Okay.
So the only thing that I would like to maybe characterize it a little bit, it's not at the fire station, it's at the old state road. So,
Correct.
because it's not fire fund money, it's not. That's just clarification.
May I also ask if that authorization includes the building permit?
I don't remember the address.
Yeah.
We'll consider it.
No, I
Say
just want
execute all documents.
Yeah, I
Did he
think-
say execute all documents associated
With the contract.
with the contract?
I thought it was in and all. If not, will we make that friendly amendment?
Yes.
And I agree to it. I think he said it, but if not, we have that, and so that would include.
Authorize trustee Bullard and/or Administrator Hale to execute any and all documents associated with, what was it, Swiss Barnes contract.
You know, and he said it at the fire station, but, so we have a general understanding where, but it's not the fire station.
What's the address?
2708 Blackie Oak Street.
Okay, further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Who seconded that?
I
Oh, did you? Oh, I apologize. You
did.
did.
No
I
problem.
was going to, but you beat me to it. Okay. Anything else for growth?
Anything else that we want to talk about?
I don't have anything else.
We were talking about the pay rates. Is that
That's later.
later? Okay, got it. Okay, no problem. Anything you can think of, Jessica?
The only other update I got is it's not a road, but it's a building since I'm getting ready to leave. They will start putting the air conditioner in hopefully Thursday for back here.
Excellent.
So I just talked to Jordan through Flames and he's got it. He was going to come today, but because of the nice dry weather, he postponed until Thursday. And they're hoping to be done in a day.
Wonderful.
I
Will that
talked,
disrupt any rental?
no, that's why we're doing it, because there's no meeting, no rental, no nothing that day.
Okay, excellent.
And I talked to him about the noise in here.
Yes.
So if the only thing, if it's the fan kicking on and off, there ain't much we can do about that unless we do something
It
different.
is the fan.
So the fan's actually part of the furnace, not the air.
I understand.
So if he's gonna look at it and see if maybe we can put, a resistor on so that the new fans are quiet turn on, so they don't send the full load and shock at once. It turns on then variable speeds up. And if he's going to look at that as an option, just because if it comes on quieter, it may not be such a knee jerk.
That would be a good option to explore as a board. However, depending on our facilities, what we use this space for in the future may also inform what we decide to approach.
I don't think it's gonna be an expensive option, but that's just something he's going to look at.
Yeah, I would appreciate that very much because that could make a huge difference to the auditory situation.
Okay, thank you. Good. That takes us to fire department requisition. The first one is, for trainings. Well, there's a copy of training here that we have, but the first requisition is not the training. It's the monthly expense one.
Yes.
So I move that we approve the appropriation regarding spending $1,616.98 for requisition 2025 item 036.
Second.
Moved by chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien, trustee Bullard.
Yes.
I'm sorry, what were you saying about the training?
That's the next one.
The next side. Oh, thank you. Okay.
So the next item is Bowling Green State University. I'm not sure, do you want to speak to that at all?
Yes, so this is a static water rescue swimmer course that was recently completed by another fire department, and upon completion, they actually utilized their training to do a rescue on Allen Creek. And so this would send 6 of our personnel, and when I say send, the training would be conducted at the fire department. The trainers would come in from Bowling Green State University, and these 6 would then be able to train the rest of the department. And so there was a successful rescue. I don't know the outcome of the rescue, but I know that the individual was rescued out of their training.
So I move that we approve appropriation of $5,000 to Bowling Green State University for the purpose of static water rescue swimming for requisition 2025-033.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion.
Just, one of the things that was mentioned in our literature is the laws that are being worked on by the OTA. And one of the things in the OTA laws is, which I think this would fit in. It says we can charge Department of Natural Resources for work that they're asking for us to do, like water rescue and things of that nature. So hopefully we just keep an eye on that legislation, and it may be that we can get some of this stuff reimbursed or get money for it.
I appreciate it.
And just bring that point up.
I have a couple of just really quick points on this. To my knowledge, have we ever declined any training for fire that has been brought forward in the last 4 years together amongst as a board?
No, we've questioned it, but we haven't denied it.
Okay. And this training is part of a training that is the chief's comprehensive training plan that was on it. And it includes 6 members of our
Members, and then they will be able to train the rest of the department. So everyone will receive it.
So I'd just like to kindly note for the record, Mr. Fiscal Officer, that this is part of our comprehensive training program for our fire department, for which an inaccurate representation was provided on our organizational analysis of our fire department. And we'll get to that a little bit in more detail later, because I see it's on our agenda tonight. But we'll continue to support training and support our officers being up to speed and up to date in the various ways that are brought forward and supported by our chiefs and our fire liaison.
This paragraph here, which is called the ODNR contract support, requires ODNR to enter into a contract with municipalities and townships for reimbursement if ODNR does not provide the following: EMS, garbage and debris removal, snow removal, any other service if ODNR requests a local government to provide.
That's a great addition. Thank you, Trustee Ford.
Yeah, so if we get this, If this gets passed by the
Yeah,
state legislature, then I think we get
we
reimbursed.
can even be
for it.
reimbursed potentially for
And we can maybe get some reimbursement for
Right.
using the boat, which we had purchased a boat and do lots of stuff over the years.
One comment that I would also make is that I do think this is a needed training, because oftentimes the firefighters have had opportunity to go to Swiftwater, which is good if they have to go on a mutual aid or automatic response, but we don't have Swiftwater here. But there is Swiftwater in Delaware County, so they do need training on it, but they don't need it for here. But specifically, we have a lot of response to static water situations, so I think this is very appropriate.
And one of the things that I think we also need to talk with the chief about, and I would look for Administrator Hale to do it, is we should probably have in the job description that the firemen be able to swim.
I've thought about that.
And because if they can't swim, then they aren't qualified to run a boat or be on a boat.
I hadn't thought about that, but that's a good
And
observation.
it probably needs to be in the job description, and probably needs a test to make sure that they can do that. That sort of thing. In
Or at least
addition to the training.
confirmation.
So let's explore that if you, and then maybe report back on it at a later time.
I would want to consult with our legal counsel on that.
There you go.
Great
Okay.
points by you both, gentlemen.
Okay, thank you. So, please call the roll.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Ryan.
Yes.
So that takes us to requisition 25.
That was not part of
That's
the
just
monthly
an
one.
FYI.
Yeah, so this will be on the monthly one, right?
It's provided as for informational purposes, but we can start creating a requisition sheet if we need to.
I think it should be on the monthly, just add it in. I mean, it's not a big deal, just add it in.
I want to bring it up because the one that we did before didn't come this.
I think in the future we will. I think we'll be okay for this time. So on requisition 2025-034 for firehouses, do you have anything to say about that?
One of our hooks is currently damaged and the other one has broken, so we are requesting replacement for both.
So I move that we approve an appropriation of $623.59 to fire penny firefighter equipment for fire hooks.
Second.
Moved by Chair, seconded by Trustee Rail. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Bullard.
Yes.
So that takes us to requisition 2025-035. I move that we approve requisition 2025-035 to Cleveland Incorporated for non-reflective, no smoking sign symbol for an amount of $620.40 with an expected cost of $517.
Second.
Moved by Chair, seconded by Trustee Bullard. I will tell you that I've been wanting this done for several years. I appreciate it.
That's great, and of note, it's 17 signs, so it's not one or two signs at $488, it's 17, so it's all across the township, and I agree with it.
Okay. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Ryan.
Yes. Any other requisitions?
This one.
Is that a late item for door
So-
guys?
Yeah,
the
it's a
door.
late item.
Your
We'll
proposal,
do it at the end.
is that here or the other one?
It's at the fire station, but we'll do it as a late item. It didn't come until today.
So we'll do it at the end of the meeting.
Okay.
Okay. Assistant Fire Chief?
Yes. I included the position description as well as a little bit of language as a proposed position posting. The one thing that I did talk to Chief Taylor, one of his comments is he would like to stress that somebody in the first paragraph have a strong background in training and referencing to the organizational assessment and needing somebody who can help facilitate that.
So there's the language that he desires included.
It is not included. You already had your packets by the time you received
So
them.
are you wanting us to comment about this and then you add that and then we'll incorporate that all in one time?
Sure, or I'd be happy to just incorporate it after if the board is comfortable with that.
I like the description. I thought the first paragraph, because we're approaching that 10,000 mark with residents, so we're a little bit more increased, and then do the annexation, we're closer to 5 miles now, as far as a reality of where we're at. So I don't know if we just want to, eliminate those different facts, or if we want to include them and get them closer to accurate, like use the 2022 consensus.
So I would prefer, if there's other comments and do that, but I'd like to see the whole thing and just pass it at once. I don't really
Okay.
want to do it.
In increments. So then if we're going to do that, then we may want to ask about the swimming condition. And then, we have, as far as I saw, we had completion and essential fire officer training. I don't recall us talking about an assistant chief that was proficient in the training capacity. And I may be off base here, but I think that the chief has established a pretty good training protocol for our staff. Is there something more that we would want to address that's not?
Someone who can manage that and just has experience in managing that for a department.
Well, a jack of all trades is a master of none. I thought we wanted to kind of focus on fire prevention, administration, operations, everyday tasks. Like, that's asking a lot of an assistant chief to then be a specialist in training. And we already have that I think that's actually been something that's been a good focus in the last year and a half for our new chief.
Now, I'm not sure if I'm totally aligned with you on this. I'm not saying I can't be, but I'm not sure that I can, because one of the recommendations in the report was that there would be a fourth captain, and I did not want that personally. That would be responsible for that. I tend to think that's more appropriate for the assistant chief, if the assistant chief is full-time.
Okay, I see where you're going with that, because I see the comment. So I actually quoted this. Currently one captain is assigned as a training officer. This model often leads to inconsistencies, with one shift excelling in training, another performing adequately, and the third lagging behind. Consistency across all crews and shifts is essential to department success. Assigning each captain to 24-hour shifts is essential for maintaining consistent training across 3 shifts. The training officer's responsibilities compete with their time spent running shifts and responding to calls. More time and resources are needed if the training officer role remains with one of the 3 captains on shift. So that's what you're specifically referencing to, right? Addressing that. Okay, so I don't think that accurately represents a picture of the training that we actually have going on across the township. So I think that this statement is inconsistent with the facts of how we actually operate the township right now. And the reason why I say that is because I think the focus has been on scaling up the folks now and getting them the training to be able to be on shift and responsive. But that's going to take time under our new chief. But I think our new chief has done a really good job highlighting a plan to address the consistency in training and making certain that it's equitable across the department. If we have an assistant chief who specializes in the training, I'm not opposed to that, but that has not been on the conversation necessarily for the problem to solve, and I'm not sure that this is the problem we need to solve in the assistant chief.
Well, I don't think the intent is that the sole focus would be training, but somebody who could add that component that comes with having handled that previously or having been involved with it, and can then help empower the rest of the staff and make sure that the appropriate trainings are being identified, because the chief, much like my role, has done it, but doesn't always have the time to do it adequately.
I hear what you're saying. Do you think, though, it's more important to have fire prevention and some of the stuff that Lieutenant Arnold had been focused on short of? I mean, it doesn't have to be an either or either, so, like, I want to be clear about what our focus is in terms of the assistant chief position. Because I'm kind of okay, but I don't want to have an expectation that this person's going to solve 3 problems instead of just
Understood.
1, and the 3 problems being coverage for the schedule,
Yep.
prevention and assessment of our plans,
And I think one of
and training.
one of the things we would like to explore in the July meeting is how to fill, because we do need to fill Lieutenant Arnold's position. He has indicated he is backing way down, and how to fill that position. The recommendation would be full-time, because there's a lot of things that he hasn't been doing that he has shared with us that position could do so much more.
What do you think about that?
So I'm gonna open the can of worms. So if they are full-time, you're talking a 40-hour week, right? And in that 40-hour week, would that firefighter be available to actually fight a fire?
It depends on how the position is structured, but generally fire prevention is not dedicated to being on the track.
Well, I didn't say dedicated, but I'm asking, would they be available?
In an emergency to respond, very likely, but we're going to want them spending their time on other things.
Well,
Interesting.
but here is where I'm headed, because I was going to head there with the assistant chief, which then also goes into the fire chief. In the past, we have structured the assistant chief and fire chief to be firefighters. And it's specific in their job description that they'll actually fight fires. Now, why that's important is because are they OPNF or are they OPERS? If they're actually fighting fires, they're OPNF. If they're not actually fighting fires, they should be PERS. And that costs a different amount of money to the township, because OPNF is much more expensive, and it should be, because they are actually fighting fires. So it costs more for their retirement. If they are not really available to fight fires, they should not be OPNF, they should be OPERS. And I'm not saying they should be one or they should be the other, but if we're paying OPNF, we should be getting a firefighter.
There's no question that they're going to be, when needed, responding to calls.
To
That's
fight a
the
fire.
reality of
For
the
prevention.
positions. Yeah.
Okay.
Well, it doesn't matter if it's prevention.
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
the
just
chief,
in
the
general.
chief.
Okay.
Anybody who's a member of the fire department, if there's a need, they're going to go. And they're
So
going
they
to
have
respond.
turnout gear and all that available.
Sure, yes.
Okay.
But the intent would be largely that they are not necessarily, they're not counted as staffing for the engine.
Totally understood, but
Right.
if there's a fire, they suit up for the fire if they're getting paid OPNF. And they're on duty at the time. I mean, obviously,
Sure.
you get my point. If they're fighting fires, they should be getting OPNF. If they're not doing firefighters, if they're not suiting up for fires, then it should be reflected in their job description, and they should be paid first.
Yeah. But in this case, so let's just focus, so it is a little bit comprehensive, because I kind of opened up the can of worms to it. So if we're saying that the assistant chief, then the chief is requesting have experience with training, with the understanding that maybe we would bring on somebody potentially full-time, not a captain, firefighter, to focus on prevention as well, full-time capacity. and they should truly fight fires.
If they're there.
If they're there.
And if they're inspecting a building, they're not there. But if they're in their office, a call comes in, and they're doing planning review, they're available, in my view, if we're paying OP&F.
I agree.
If we're paying OPERS, they are not available, because they're not really fire responders. They're firemen, but they're not fire responders, and we shouldn't be paying OP&F retirement dollars if they're not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I would respectfully, I would ask that maybe we wait to have the prevention discussion until the chief, not foreseeing him not being here tonight,
Yeah.
but he's present. I
That's
think
fair.
allowing him to speak to that would be helpful.
And I'm not saying it should be one way or the other. I'm just saying if it's one way, we should pay the one retirement system. If it's the other way, we should pay the other. And I'm not a firefighter who should make that determination. That should be the fire chief.
Yes.
But once he makes that determination, they should not be getting paid the other retirement system of what they are.
That's very fair, and I appreciate your point in terms of moving the assistant fire chief to full-time and what capacity could potentially be filled related to the training, which aligns with what the chief had mentioned wanting. I would just want to know that there's a plan for the prevention portion then, because I guess I'm seeing, what the functions are and needs are, and just want to make certain that we have the right positions filling the right spots.
Very much so. And the reason this being brought forward tonight to try to get the process started, because it does take time to find a candidate, and we know that Assistant Chief Measure is leaving on the
That we do know,
20th.
so I am kind of
Well, there is.
inclined to maybe,
But we
Go against what I just said, which that makes sense. We can approve this knowing that we're going to repeal and replace.
or authorizing you to work with a
I want
professional in this description.
I think that there's something conducive about all of us talking through, quite frankly, because like now I'm reversing myself because I've listened to what you just said, what you both have said. I think there's some wisdom to that, but I do not necessarily want to wait because we need to
do.
move forward.
And I'd like to bring forward prevention in July, so that, because that is also a need.
Okay.
And so to try to get them both started so that we can have a.
So can you just make the modifications to the current stats? It would be, just say approximately 5 miles, approximately 22 square miles, and then approximately, what are we at, 9,000? So that would get closer.
We're a little over, but who knows exactly.
Yeah, approximately 9,000. And then under required qualifications, include a high school diploma or equivalent, as well as, and then maybe we'll say something a little bit more generic and say, something to the effect of like experience in, providing training or training management, or management of training, oversight of training. Experience in providing training and or oversight of training. And then that way we can get the job posted, but we need to have that. I think you're right, it's a good discussion. We don't want to prevent good applicants from coming through, so it's cool. Is that good?
Yes, and request money to post on Indeed.
Okay.
How much?
500.
Did you change the population to 10?
Approximately 9, because we're kind of between 9 and 10. I don't
I don't think we're over 10.
Do you really?
I think so. If you had 300 houses, you're adding 1,000 residents.
Right.
And we added,
Approximately 10,000, because that goes with our cloud.
yeah,
Yeah.
Okay, I move that we approve the assistant fire chief job description as amended.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Trustee Reno,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
yes,
trustee Ryan,
Yes, I move that we approve and appropriate $500 for purposes of advertising for Assistant Fire Chief. Do you want it specifically to Indeed?
Please.
Should we go this at the first step, or should we go right to the consultant to help us to obtain fire chief? We weren't very successful with the advertising in the past on fire chief and some of that sort of stuff. I'm just wondering if we want to do that.
Our intent is to advertise where we know that the candidates in the fire service would be looking. And so we'll start there. And if we have to as a second step, then we can, I know that Chief Taylor has a very wide network, so we can utilize that.
That is something that we didn't have before. But first of all, do I have a second? Okay, discussion. Anything else?
Yeah, that was all I was wondering is if we needed to cut to the chase and go ahead and get there, because it's.
I appreciate that point very much, because it was laborious to try to find those connections, but I do think the game changer is having a chief that has those connections and can post to for free in different areas now.
Well, I know have a few connections too.
Yes.
One or two.
What I'm thinking is that probably 2 months into by the time we do the advertising, figure out that it's either working or not working.
At minimum, with our fill rate.
We can revisit in July. This gives us a month to assess. And if by July we're not having success, we will come forward with a different request.
Okay, so moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Fire engine colors. That should be a very quick discussion.
Fire engine exterior. So as you know, we have a new engine 391 on order with Sutphen, and we are at the point in the process where it is time to make a confirmation of the colors that were selected. Initially, when the engine was ordered, the current palette is black with a blue stripe. In assessing that and in discussions, recognizing that historically, the color scheme is more aligned with color scheme H before you this evening with a white top and a red body. The recommendation of the fire chief is color scheme H. However, Trustee O'Brien had requested to see color scheme G. And so we provided those both this evening. The graphics will be taken care of at a later date. A couple of things to note on color scheme H. The Berlin Township Engine Rescue is actually the township's blue outlined in green. It's a little bit difficult to tell on this copy because of how it came out.
That's classy.
And the stripe then is also the township's blue, the township's logo above the door, and then the fire department's. You'll also note that on the front of the engine, it's again the green with the blue, where it says Berlin Township on the front of the engine.
Okay, so
One quick clarification. Where the red is that going to be the same red
Yes.
across? But it just
This was
okay.
what the chief was able to do with.
because really, when it's this red, it's not even really either of these reds.
Right.
It's really the red that they currently.
But I just want to make certain it's one red.
Yes, yes.
Okay,
These are what he was
I like
able
it.
to accomplish in
Compliments to
PDF.
Chief on the schedule.
So this is a lot better than what I was presented. One, it has township on it. Two, that one logo is gone. That one logo, in my view, I don't know if the logo is the right word, but graphic, threw it all off. If it stayed this way, it's not my preference, but I would be okay with it.
Can I ask you just a quick clarifying question on this? So I know that you're a big fan of our township colors now
Yes,
because
absolutely.
we spent hours talking about it. So why did you opt to remove the township blue and green and present a more maybe?
I asked for it to look at, because, okay, I'll tell you what I did not like. I did not like that you couldn't see are, I don't know if that's called a logo. Is that called a logo? It's a
I
little
think
bit more.
it's a
than-
sign, almost, but yeah, it's a logo.
But with all the other distractions, you couldn't see that.
Because it's the other logo, but I think it's prominent now.
Yes, if you.
I think it's what you would
it's-
see
it's-
right out of the
and
gate.
it's-
because-
Well, you didn't before, but this is cleaner.
Yeah.
So now
Mhm.
I can see it. Before it was busy. So then I wanted it busier because I wanted to be able to see what I wanted to be able to see.
Now I see why you brought it down, because you want it, because on this rendition, the sign is easier to see here, but on this rendition, the sign is easier to see here.
Well, it's not just that it's easier, it's just there, and you don't, and then I'm not, so, I don't really like the fire department ones because I don't think they're complementary colors within it. And the way that they're written, you can't really see Berlin. And what is the other thing in there? It says Berlin. There's something else in there that you can't see because the stars in it. So there's just some, I don't really like that. But if you don't have the other busyness, you see, I'm just saying that this is okay with me, which is a vast improvement because I was a no before.
Well, what, I actually agree with you about the logo, not that we chose it, but
We didn't even talk about
what I like about the H scheme is that it actually blends this busyness a little bit more, because you see how it's like kind of ties in with the red, and it kind of, for me, this is abrupt.
it. Yes,
This blends it.
yes,
And
yeah.
then it keeps the,
So I wanted this because I hated what the other one was.
and I like this.
But now that we have this, I can live with this. Can you live with this?
This is what I want.
You like H too?
Yeah.
Can you-
Holy moly, I like H as well, guys.
So I don't want added graphics. I want what we've got here.
It is not time for graphics anyway.
But
and so
what I'm
but
saying
no.
is, but what I'm saying is,
Answers that you know.
if you live with this, I can live with it because
And that's all we needed is a direction
It's
for
clean.
something.
It's clean.
if you
It
add,
incorporates our proper township colors too. That was my big thing.
that was mine too.
That's why I wanted the blue, he had the white stripe initially, and I didn't feel like, I felt like it was a piece of fire truck. And I don't want to go to dark blue because it feels like you're in this, or black, 'cause it's like a SWAT vehicle, you know?
I would have been okay with that, but why not agree with what we can agree with?
That's great. And you have the Pantones.
They will work all of that out. I know that.
It's
he's
exact
working with
match,
something.
not-
Yes, I do have.
I don't want to see
colors.
like,
I know
the
that-
two different greens is gonna be a big thing.
I know.
That's a problem there. Logo, does it have two different greens?
You can have this one.
The only
Or is
thing
it
I
two
want
different
to
blues?
comment on is
Keep it
that
in that.
there may be, if there's something on there that has to be reflective, that may just slightly alter it a bit because of the
Well,
reflectivity.
if the
but-
law says, we're
Yes,
not
that's
gonna
what we're
argue with the
gonna-
law. I mean, it is what it is, but if it's not the law, then it is what's here, because we're agreeing on it.
That's fair, but also if if the reflection significantly changes the vibe of it, I think we should revisit it
That's fair.
to potentially remove
But if
this.
it's, but,
All things being equal, if it's just
There
a
you
little
go.
bit off due to reflectivity, fine.
now, I don't love the back, but I know that you kind of like it, but if I'm winning, that we get rid of this other stuff, I'm not gonna argue.
I like the back, I think it's a
I
safety.
hate the back, but I can live with it.
I don't like the look of the back, but I like the safety of the back.
That's all I'm interested in.
So now he's narrowed.
And I don't like the back, they had the back with the continuous striping, and I think that made it too busy again.
Continuous stripping, I'm not sure what you mean.
It's like, instead of having this gray box, it had the continuous striping over the box.
Yes, I agree with you. No, okay.
That's the fastest conversation. Do we need a motion?
Not, as long as the board there's consensus and we can move forward then.
Yeah, but we agreed to what we agreed to, and not.
And we didn't agree to what we didn't agree to.
That's right.
Understood. We've got a direction, that's all I need.
This is what we agreed to.
Yes.
So do you want a motion or not?
Yes, actually, I do.
I make a motion that we, go with color scheme H as provided by Visionary and for the new fire truck with the red and white and yellow color and blue.
And green.
Color scheme H.
Yeah.
So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Buller, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion, the one thing is the red is actually not this red, it is the red that our current fire truck has, just clarification.
Thank you.
Fire engine red.
And just to confirm, the blues and greens are gonna match with the township blues and greens. Or very, very near, assuming reflectivity, or maybe other slight modifications, but it's not going to be a wholly different one. If it is, it will be brought back before the board for consideration.
And it would only be, not that color because of law.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Because we don't need to revisit it if,
No,
if there's no reason, but if there's a reason, obviously, it should be revisited.
but the reason shouldn't be, I can't find this color.
Right.
The reason should be, it's the law.
There you go.
I agree.
I have a question. If you look at, look here, it shows mud.
Yes.
If you look here, there's no mud.
There will be mud flaps, we did have that discussion, and it will not say Sutton.
Okay, what's it gonna say?
We may have to pay for something, but it won't say
Yeah, the
that.
chief has a plan for those, but they're not the ones that go in there. That's just the rendering. That's not what ours will be at the end.
Okay, moved by
Trustee Buller.
trustee Buller, who seconded it?
Me.
And seconded by trustee Rail. Further discussion?
Chief will be bringing forward the Sutton and any other replacement or deviation from scheme H, correct?
Yes. But we don't intend on that at this time.
Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Trustee Buller.
Yes.
Oh, good job, guys.
No, I didn't think we covered it. Chief vehicle approval confirmation, chief vehicle discussion. So, I have, two thoughts on that. So I didn't want to, okay, let me tell you what I don't want to do. Because what I was going to do was bring forward a resolution that I thought would pass. But I thought, I do not want to make the chief do a bunch of paperwork if it's going to be ignored. Because the worst thing that I hated as a teacher was doing paperwork that nobody looked at, no one's required to do it. And the only reason they looked at it was to see if you did it. So what I was going to do was bring forward a motion, and I could do that if, but only if you guys think it'll make a difference, which was that we would approve it temporarily and then evaluate data as to whether or not it really is necessary. But I thought, really, the data doesn't show that now, in my opinion. So if it came back showing that he never used lights and sirens, would you vote any differently? Because if that's the case, I don't want to put him through hoops, because it's going to be approved anyway.
Great questions. If data shows something different, I would want to revisit that. So it's potentially that we could revisit the issue at a later date. However, I don't want a contingency on the chief's use of the vehicle for that date.
Well, see, and
Those are two different things to me.
well, so I had thought about, because then it incentivizes light and siren when it's not really necessary.
Well, one, and two, it kind of puts almost like a probationary period on it. And I don't want there to be probationary, I want there to be, in the face of the facts that we have today, what is the decision that we're making?
Well, right, and see, he has never used lights and sirens, to my understanding, from home with that vehicle. And so to me, the data does not show the need. And so if we're going to approve it based on that, then why make him do data that you're gonna approve it anyway, because he doesn't use
Well, so the conclusion that's drawn based on the lack of light and siren use, to me, is not indicative of the fact that it's not necessary. It just means that it hasn't been necessary yet.
Well, but that's my
But
point.
when you come into a
because-
safety first response
So if
situation.
we're going to make him do all this data and it shows he doesn't use it and you still approve it, then why make him do all the data? Because you're gonna approve it anyway.
Well, yeah, I agree with you. So I don't think it's necessary because the data that I'm talking about right now is this. It's, we don't know of any other township that doesn't have this kind of situation for the chiefs.
I understand, but I don't care.
Informed, and I appreciate that, but that's just the localized context. Informed by research in other areas for chiefs that do actually use the lights, one, and two, the data is also based on the fact that we know that response time matters in safety situations. So the fact that he can get to a scene faster with lights is the data that I need to be able to say he should have the light capacity. Whether he uses it or not is not the data. It's the fact that we know that getting to the scene faster saves lives. And he can do that faster if he has the capacity.
So collecting data really won't affect your vote.
Not in terms of his actual use. In terms of what the research shows for response time in using lights, yes. And the data is, correct me if I'm wrong here, you get to a scene faster when you use lights and when you're in an official vehicle than when you're in your regular car. That's the data point. You can provide me data on that.
Okay, but my point is that we don't really utilize that service from him as far away as he is. Oftentimes the scene is already taken.
We haven't yet, but we might need to.
So my question really goes back to, if I put in a resolution that I think you guys will pass, but I think it's useless to make him do a bunch of data that you guys will ignore.
The concern that I have on the data is not the chief running it back and forth, but there's the outside things like income tax and stuff of that nature. If this gets figured out to be something else that causes us to need the data, that's the only reason that would cause me to say we need the data.
Well, but that would be something that I think the administrator would come forward with, but that wouldn't be the contingency of what I'm after, which is, I don't think he needs it.
No, if we don't need it, let's not waste our time doing it.
Well, and that's my point. I mean, I want us to see that he doesn't really need it. That's the data I want. But if you guys are going to do it anyway, I do not want, I don't want to, as I said before, cause him to have to do paperwork that nobody will look at.
I agree.
Well, and I guess I would caveat, the only caveat I would make to what you mentioned is you say data being ignored. And I'm not comfortable with that phrasing because the absence of data is not data being ignored. So you're saying he has no data to produce because he's not using the lights, and you're drawing the conclusion he's not using the lights because he doesn't need it, so
That's what I
therefore,
mean.
why are we not?
That's
Right?
exactly
That's exactly what you're saying.
That's exactly what I'm saying.
And I'm saying that absence of the data, because he's not using it, is not indicative of the fact he doesn't need it or won't need it at future.
I understand your point.
I'm just saying,
I
that's why
don't
I'm
agree
saying
with it, but I understand.
it's not us ignoring the data, it's saying the
Well,
data doesn't suggest that it's not necessary because he hasn't.
I'm saying that because of the distance, it's not practical.
My very basic counter to that is safety first, time, distance to emergency scenes,
Yeah,
gets there faster. Whether that's practical is, I think, a matter of interpretation of the perspective and not necessarily what the data does or doesn't show.
so what I'm saying is that it's not usable. for the distance that he travels.
And what do you base that on?
Okay, so when you're saying response time, I agree if it's in the phase where it's, but the command has been established by the time he's there. It's not going to change significantly by 5 minutes or something like that. Unlike when the initial response, 5 minutes could be somebody alive or dead.
You know, I appreciate that point, I do, but it kind of feels like you're the one determining whether or not the safety scene is
I'm saying,
determined by 5 minutes or not. And I don't think that.
I'm saying you should look at the data. But if
No. I think you're saying 5 minutes isn't gonna make a significant difference in this case, and I don't
in
think you
this
can
case
say
is what
that.
I'm saying. That is what I'm.
Okay,
But I'm saying that the data should determine whether that's true or not.
so let's say there's 100 instances in which him not using the lights is necessary, and he doesn't use it. And then there's one instance
Okay, so
in
what,
which it made a difference.
so where you're headed
Yeah,
is what the FAA does to establish when a rule is required. They actually put a price tag on a life, and they do that. I don't know if fire department does NFPA does. How much dollars is a life worth?
I do
And
not know the actuarial math that
Okay.
NFPA
But-
has established.
but you understand what I'm saying, because FAA does do that.
well, so I guess,
And that's where you're headed, because
and that is where I'm headed, because I'm gonna give you the trolley problem, right? Like, this is where I'm heading, so
I understand that.
99 points of
And
data.
I know with philosophy, you're really right on top of that, and I understand the argument. I understand.
Okay. So we won't elaborate
Right.
necessarily, but I do think,
I think that you're well reasoned. I just don't think that, I agree that,
it's necessary, and therefore you don't want to approve it. Whereas I think it is necessary, and therefore I want to approve it. Okay.
so we're just in a disagreement, but I respect you.
If the
Likewise.
data is necessary, I would prefer that we automate it. Go to a GPS tracking system, and that way he doesn't have to fill out anything or do anything. We got the data, it's where it is.
I'm okay with that. I don't know about.
Well, it's kind of actually what you want, because him and I are not gonna agree on it, and so you're kind of,
I'm not saying we need it, I'm not saying,
okay,
and I'm only saying if we need it, let's just automate it and let's not waste his time trying to collect it and put it in files and do all that sort of stuff on their computer systems and stuff out there that does it for us. We do it quickly and easily and make it easy to take care of.
I would be interested, maybe, I don't know about GPS, but I would be interested in maybe revisiting the issue, at a date and time that we think we could come back around with the chief and talk about, is it something that he feels he needs? And if he still feels he needs it, then we can have that discussion then.
Mhm.
But I'm not necessarily willing to put in a resolution of a contingency on it. Because I think our policy says it's who we approve or don't approve. We don't have a probationary period for the policy, and we can approve that. But we can also revoke it.
Yeah,
So,
I appreciate all that you said. The only thing that I don't like is having somebody who has a vested interest, saying whether they need or not need.
mhm. Yeah, that's a fair point.
Because that puts them in an uncomfortable position.
Mhm.
Well, we know our position and you're not gonna agree. What is your position?
I'm not for having him waste his time collecting data if we need the data. Let's automate it, but if we don't need the data, let's not do anything. That's all I'm saying. And we need to let Administrator Hale tell us whether or not we need the data.
Okay, that's on the data issue. But in the general think I know where you're headed on where, between our arguments, where do you land?
Like I said, I think the automated and keeping track of where it's at, where the vehicle is. And then there's no question, it doesn't have to look and remember all these, it's, every day to write it down and keep track of all that sort of stuff. Just take that away from them.
So am I hearing you say you want him to have the ability to return to his home, but you want to track it?
If we need the data for that, I'm comfortable with not collecting the data if we don't have use for it.
Well, what do other townships around here do as far
I am
as?
not familiar with any entity that is tracking. This is part of the.
Well, EMS does, but you might ask them this, because I'm
But we're
pretty
not
sure that-
EMS.
Well, about any entity tracking. There is precedent.
I'm referring to a fire chief's vehicle or assistant chief or
Well, I think
battalion
they're
chief.
captains, the ones that respond to, when somebody dies, what's it called? Mortality?
Mortality scene?
Yeah, so they track, and they take those vehicles home. And I think they're tracked.
At this time, my recommendation is not to go that route and to either allow the chief to have the vehicle or not.
So, what's your reaction to that, Trustee Bowler?
We don't have anything that says we need the data right now, right? So let's not make it collect it.
Okay,
And we can change that if somebody comes with a reason that says we need it. If we have a reason that we need it, we can change that. Right now,
Yeah.
if we don't need it, let's not do
okay.
it. That's my,
So then, do you want to modify your resolution and bring forward something different, or would you like one of us?
Well, so here's what I was going to do, is if I didn't get it, if there was no value in going through the process, I was not going to create a process that I thought you guys would vote for just to make it. But my resolution, I think it's going to go down, but that's okay. So I'll just do it and then we'll be done with it.
And then I'll bring forward a
Yeah.
different. Okay, that's fine.
So I move that no township employee regularly take home a township vehicle. Motion dies for lack of a second.
I move that the fire chief be permitted, according to a revised vehicle take-home policy, to take home vehicle with all the conditions and modifications to the current policy included, effective immediately.
second.
Moved by trustee Brown, second by trustee Buller. Discussion?
Yes, I'd like to note for the record 4 points of discussion. One being, our chief is expected to respond to emergencies even from home, and the time to get to a scene may make a substantial difference from life and death. The chief being able to use his lights to get to a scene quicker is a serious safety situation to support. Two, the administrator has looked into the issue from an insurance and liability perspective and noted that there was none to little increase for cost of liability, but permitting the chief to have the flexibility in getting there quicker does have a greater benefit. So the gain outweighs the loss. Three, there was no chief in any township nearby that for which this practice with the chief and assistant chief was not included as part of their daily responsibilities. I do not believe that the township at this point, based on our population and our response, warrants allowing an assistant chief at this time, the standard common practice, but would like to consider that a potential future date with township growth and with responsible growth. And four, the wear and tear given mileage for the potential impact it may have on making a difference at the emergency scene is worth the outcome.
Can I make a friendly note on that? And that early on, you said the chief should respond when appropriate.
Thank you,
Okay,
yes.
because there are certain cases where it wouldn't be appropriate, and I don't want that to be read as something.
No,
that
this is-
says he has
This
to-
is not part of the motion, it's part of the discussion notes, but I appreciate that qualification. I imagine you wouldn't want to add in something.
So I will stand with my previous comments. Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
Yes,
trustee O'Brien.
No. Okay. You need a couple minutes to set up. Okay,
I gotta go grab my book.
okay, so, without objection, we are recessed for 5 minutes, give or take, subject to the call of the chair.
And time change takes too.
Soon as you come back, you need to-
Where are we on exhibits?
I think that
On this report,
was 6.
show 7 will be this, which is what we
Notice of
posted
publication.
on the website. I'm sorry?
Went on social media too.
I don't know. Oh, I pulled this off the website. And that one's 7. So we've got 1 through 6.
Yes, it did go. Yeah, I just sometimes. It's like a lifetime ago.
Especially with the speed of what you have to do.
You're gonna make this simple, right?
Well, I always think I'm going to. You gonna be here till midnight tonight? At least there's a coffee pot over here. They're back.
So all 100 and some pages uploaded for this online. So I was able to just find it. I have to kind of zoom in.
I didn't like the term when appropriate, but I didn't want to go into what the definition of appropriate is. Appropriate is a very ambiguous term. It's, I understand. You know,
I love ambiguous, vague terms.
I'm not using that.
There's a difference. There is a difference between vague and ambiguous.
Same with precise and accurate.
Ambiguous means,
Precisely inaccurate.
ambiguous is like a pun. Ambiguous can mean, you don't know what the person's saying if it's ambiguous, because there might be more than one meaning there. Vague means not clear. Oh, then make sure you know that muscle.
Jeff, what resolution number are we at right now?
The next one will be 25-6-17.
Okay.
I'm gonna miss
Why
it.
said that loudly?
Oh, that's good.
Yeah. Fun.
As you always say, you might be back.
Well, yeah, I mean,
Hopefully not when I'm still here.
along with.
Rob will probably still be here.
That's funny, because when I left, you know, become commissioner, I said, there's lots of them said, oh, you know, they look down on trustees, and I said, no, I wouldn't mind coming back after. And
Sure enough, back at
I didn't really intend it, but I really thought about it. Okay,
It's worked out.
we're back on. We're on. Oh, we are. Okay, I call back to order the regular meeting for what is today's date?
June 9th.
June 9th, 2025. At this time, we do have one item that we need to take care of regarding zoning. Trustee Real, would you like to address that?
Thank you, yes, Mr. Chair. Before we turn to the hearing here tonight, we did have a resolution brought forward, and at this time would move to approve resolution number 25-6-17, the resolution terminating employment. Whereas on or about March 24th, 2025, Berlin Township appointed Stephanie Corwin as Township Zoning Secretary / Administrative Assistant. And whereas the Board of Trustees finds that this employee has not successfully completed her probationary period, and whereas the Board of Trustees desires to separate the employee's employment effective June 9th, 2025, now therefore be resolved by the Board of Trustees of Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio, that the employment of Stephanie Corwin is hereby terminated effective immediately. Be it further resolved that the Township Administrator is authorized to direct and to notify the employee of her removal, and will direct and return the employee's township property and equipment to the township, and return any of the employee's personal belongings left at the office to her. Be it further resolved, the fiscal officer will direct all post-employment notices and information to the employee. Be it further resolved that this action and all deliberations upon this matter were conducted and taken in open meeting in compliance with the Ohio Revised Code section 121.22. And this resolution shall take effect and be in full force from the time of its adoption.
Moved by Trustee Real, seconded by Trustee Lord. Discussion. Administrator Hale, do you recommend this?
Yes.
It's been under the recommendation of Administrator Hale. Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
It is 8 o'clock, give or take, and we
Is there
a signature? We have a time certain for BZC case 24-00691. I call to order the BZC case 24-00691. Without objection, we'll operate under the following conditions. What we'll first do is have the applicant give a presentation, followed by those on the board who may have questions and discussion. After that, we will open it up to the public. First to those who are in favor of the amendment, then those opposed, and then the board will take it under consideration. Without objection, so ordered.
So ordered. Good evening. I am Todd Ferris with Ferris Planning and Design.
try to make this a little bit easier for you. Took out all of the fun stuff out of that book that we had to resubmit to show you really the only stuff that changed. Might make it a little easier, unless you spent the last week looking at it, trying to decipher it. And I think this is the presentation that was handed out last time, but I'm gonna go ahead and give it to you again, just in case. Go through this stuff. So, obviously, we came here and then went to the board a few weeks ago, and presented this to them and got a recommendation for approval. We went through basically the same scenario that we're going to go through tonight. Is all the different exhibits that were modified to be able to allow for side-loaded garages on the rest of the lots, and the language that was included within it. It did modify several of the drawings, and then we also added more architectural character exhibits to the packet. I think the biggest change you'll see is that, the second page of the packet that I handed to you are the divergences that we discussed in our first meeting that would be required to do this. The first divergence is to reduce the building side setback to 5 feet for side-loaded garage units on one side only. The total combination of the side setback shall equal 25-foot minimum. Reason that we're doing that is to reduce the primary structure separation. I'm sorry. Another divergence is requested to reduce the primary structure separation to be a minimum of 17.5 feet. That's what we talked about, so we would never have a 5-foot side yard next to a 5-foot side yard. And that will keep that condition from ever happening on the site. So that's the second divergence. The third divergence, I think we all agreed from we being the board and ourselves, agreed that this was not in place at the time of the original zoning. This one was enacted after we filed the original zoning, where there's actually a setback for the driveway from the side property line. But we had it in here anyway. We wanted to make sure covered one way or another. They thought that it was a good idea that we had it in there in case it ever comes up. So they liked the idea of keeping it in here and didn't ask us to take it out of here. But we're asking that our driveway be a minimum of 2 foot from the side property line. And then, again, then the last paragraph or last two paragraphs really go into detail of what lots require this divergence. If we get it granted tonight, that would allow all of those lots to have side-loaded garages. Again, the second page is just more verbiage on that talk about front-loaded garages, and then the exhibits that we have attached. C1, what we've done on that is modify the garage setback, or the building setback exhibit. That's really got all the change on that down in that lower left-hand corner of exhibit C1. And then C1.1 actually demonstrates what lots would require divergence if a side-loaded garage was to be put on those lots. So I believe we have covered all of the things that we discussed in our first meeting with you guys before we went to the zoning board. Hopefully we have put it in writing in a way that this can be administered and makes you guys obviously comfortable too with what we're doing with this. And that's all I've got.
I'll start off the discussion with a quick question. When you say allowed, the number of side-loaded car garages will not be less than was in the original.
Correct.
zoning.
Correct, yeah, we're still committed to those lots.
Thank you. Trustee Ray?
Okay, so, it sounded like this came up in the conversation with the BZC, and I didn't see in the revised packet it necessarily being addressed. There was one area where Road A and Road B, come together, and they thought the housing in that situation, was a little compressed. Do you guys recall that conversation?
No. Road A and Road B, I don't.
It was, Ms. Shields suggested doing driveway to driveway. So there's a bigger gap between some homes in the smaller lots, and then there would be a bigger gap in between the house on the other side. So that was in reference, I believe, to that. So if you look, because there's a lot of different scenarios, took me a little while to figure out what exactly your divergences were that were being requested, but it looks like there's some conditions under which the smaller lots, if you end up having the smaller lot, still could look too close together, even with the divergences that we provide, if we were to provide them. So is this making sense at all? So you're looking at me a little bit strange.
I'm not following.
Not you.
Yeah, but.
I want to make sure he.
No, I remember what Ms. Shields was discussing about where, if you had two driveways side by side, then you would have more room than between the next two houses. And I remember.
In reference to the lot sizes specifically, so like requiring if they're two smaller lots to have them go in the middle with the driveways and then go out to the side, because then there'd be equitable distance with the next lot that's larger for road A.
Yeah, I don't think we went down that pathway that you're talking about, so.
It's in the notes though, so I know you guys.
And we talked about, the idea of that, but with this building style, to do that, then we would end up having, if we.
And your response was, that could happen on the ones that are not earmarked, but they want to ensure that homes are at least 10 feet apart. So your response was, look, they're gonna be at least 10 feet apart, but I didn't think that was still wide enough, that condition. Because at one point it said they'll never be less than 17 and a half.
17 and a half, correct.
On this, it looked like there was a condition, I can show you in a minute, under which the two homes could potentially be 10 feet apart only.
Not the way that we have the text read.
But are you talking about the homes or the driveways?
Well, the driveway specifically, but then it ends up in the smaller lots, they are closer than 17 and a half feet.
The driveways or the homes?
The homes are closer. And I'll show you.
Now, our lot size, for all practical purposes, is an 80-foot lot. We have some that are larger, but for the practical purposes, everything's 80 foot. So there is no smaller, bigger, smaller.
Road A, it's lot 74 and 73, road A and B. Then these smaller lot conditions. They can go in. There's a potential for these two homes to only be 10 feet apart.
No.
So it's lot number.
If we did it the way that she wanted to do, they could be 10 feet apart.
74 and 73 is what we're talking about, right?
Specifically, but I think that there's other conditions, like I think 46 and 47 have the same issue.
Okay, well, let's do one at a time. 73, 74. So on 74, where's the driveway? On road A or?
On 73,
Well, let's start with 74.
yeah, 74, it could be either. unless that's one of the ones that we earmarked that had to have it. No, it could be either. It could be either, because that's not one of the ones that were
That's what causes
required.
the issue, though.
Why is that causing an issue?
Because that allows for, like, it's depending on where the driveway is, the placement of the house then is what causes the issue.
So on 70, I want to ask a
Yeah, sorry, I'll
question, preceding
let you-
question. I'm sorry, I'm
No, it's
taking
good.
on your time. What are the stop conditions on Road B?
Stop conditions? It would more than likely be a stop sign. I don't think they're done with their engineering.
Facing on to B.
Correct, you would stop it.
So I would, this isn't a preference, and I don't know that I get what I want. Sometimes I don't. But on lot 74, I don't like the idea of a driveway being that close to a stop sign. So if the driveway is on Road A, I don't really have a problem, and that mitigates.
That's
other
the
issues.
issue.
So if you could say 74,
And the same is true for 46.
yeah, but let's just do one at a time. If 74, the driveway is off of Road A and cannot be off Road B, I think we're done with the conversation.
Yes.
Good to go.
Yes.
Because if that is not the answer, I'm gonna not have her problem. I'm gonna have a problem with it being so close to the stop sign.
So you want the driveway to be off of Road A on lot 74?
Correct. That takes care of the compression issue that you have in 69 through 74.
Well, aside from that point, I don't understand why there's a compression issue. I think,
Because of how it doesn't matter, because it gets remedied in my mind by 74 being on Road A.
And if you can agree to it, we don't need to go into lots of other discussion. If you can't agree to it, then we may.
I mean, I don't see I don't see why we can't agree to that. It's a side loaded garage then that's going out to Road A. So we're saying in effect that 70, 74 and 46 have to.
But I'm not looking, I just want to do one.
What if these lots ended up being front entry, not side entry?
I guess if we agree to this, they can't be.
That's what we're saying. I think there's an issue if it's a front entry.
Even though within our text, we state that the building can't be any closer than 17.5 feet.
I hear what's stated, and then I read through these meeting minutes, and I'm seeing the same compression issue with just those lots and then the lots right behind them. And I think that the intention of what you guys are trying to do with this community is better served with the driveway off of Road A here for those two.
And if you
Because
can agree to
otherwise,
that-
I mean, 17 and a half is still a divergence for us.
I'm not as worried about 46 as I am 74 because you don't have the stop conditions. I'm not going to be happy with 74 going on.
Why isn't
I
there
don't-
a stop condition?
Well, because the stop sign is.
Yeah, can I approach the bench?
Okay. So I understand, because I'm more visual than anything else.
That's a good thing for your line of work.
Yeah, it is, isn't it? So you don't want a driveway from 74 coming out here. My guess is you're thinking you don't want it there because it's too close.
I don't want it anywhere near that stop sign.
But if it was there, or if it was a side load and came out here,
I still wouldn't be overly happy.
well, if it comes off of here and it's a side load, it's gonna be there. It's gonna be even closer.
But it's not, but you're not backing up in front of a stop sign.
No, well, that's true. That's true. But if it's okay.
You understand the issue.
I understand the issue now. Do you understand the issue? He wants, well, it sounds like the concern is on these corner lots that are close to stop signs, that they don't want them coming out to the stop sign, so they're gonna want them to come out.
And he's less concerned about this one because the stop sign would be on this side.
Okay.
But I think from an aesthetic perspective here, and then also I still have the issue of the driveway here and the compression that creates.
We wouldn't have a driveway to driveway, we couldn't, because of the,
So then you would have to have the driveway on this side?
no, we couldn't.
No, you
No, we
could.
couldn't.
No, you
Have
can't.
Well,
Back
because
to
of
that driveway, that's
the
17
but
and
the
a half.
distance between the houses would preclude that
being 5 and 5.
Right.
Yeah, I mean, that's what keeps it from
That's my
happening.
issue. I don't, you say that it's so,
But doesn't the text say that there's a minimum?
a minimum
house,
between all the
17 and a half.
houses of 17 and a half, but then
So you
later
can't
it
have 5 and
says,
5.
Can't have a
but then it
fucking-
says later, it says that it almost like it contradicts itself, because it's like, we're not gonna have, we can have the condition of driveway next to driveway 5 to 5, but we can't have it closer than 17 and a half. I
The
get that.
houses can't be,
The
but what they're saying is the driveway can go like that.
Driveways can go like that, but by creating the driveway like that, so let's say, okay, we can permit the driveways to be 5, 5, 5. By doing that, then we would have to have a both and clause.
We've never asked for driveways being 5 and 5 though. We never did. So I don't know where that's coming from. It's not a conversation that we had a conversation with her where she thought it would be nice to have, if you had 4 houses, right? The 2 on the ends would have their driveways together and the other 2 would have their driveways together. That way you had 150 feet between driveways and then, so that 2 driveways.
She wanted that?
She wants to. I said, well, that's not how this is set up. We discussed it, but.
Mr. Ferris said that that could happen on the ones that were not earmarked, that they wanted.
Yeah, the 100-foot lots.
At least 10 foot apart.
The 100-foot lots, that could happen today. That could happen today, but we don't, but there's no divergence. Well, the driveway wouldn't be a divergence.
But that's where she got the number from, was you said that the homes would be at least 10 feet apart, or unless these notes are wrong.
The houses or the driveways?
Mr. Ferris said that that could happen on the ones that are not earmarked, but they want to ensure that homes are at least 10 feet apart. Is that an error?
To me, it sounds like an error, because I don't believe we ever said that buildings can be 10 feet. We certainly didn't write it in
Because
the
this
text.
error took me on a 2-hour tangent, my friend. So if this is a problem, because then I go into the text and I say, where's
It's not.
the 5v5? And all I find is that the driveways can be closer together. And here's the thing, is if we allow, oh, here we say driveways 10 feet apart, here we say houses 17 and a half, and then you end up having a condition in there which you can't have both, then deference is gonna be shown to you all, not to us. So I wanna be clear about what the text is actually saying versus, I guess, what's in the meeting minutes.
Yeah, and that's why we have the text, just to be clear.
So do you remember what you said instead of 10 feet apart?
Well, he might have said it in an error.
I know that we discussed that the trustees did not want to have any houses that were 10 feet apart.
That were what?
The trustees didn't want to see houses that were 10 feet apart. That's why we have the provision of 17 and a half.
Right, yeah, you were correct on that one.
Yeah, I think I can honestly say I didn't ever say that our houses were going to be 10 feet apart.
Side setbacks, okay, so then, okay.
All I've got to stand on is my text that I wrote and brought in that I'm asking you to approve. That's all I've got. I can't argue.
Don't get all worked
I know.
up on me here, okay? We don't need any drama.
I know.
We're on, so on Q then, because I'm telling you, I went down this long tangent
Yeah.
after this. On Q, it says side setbacks for side-loaded garage units. 5 feet on one side and 20 feet on the second side for primary, and 12 and a half for accessory buildings. So just to be clear, you say 5 feet on one side. There are no conditions under which potentially we could end up having the house built 5 feet on both sides, creating only 10 feet of difference.
That's correct, because we added that sentence that no homes would be any closer than 17 and a half feet, which would give us 12 and a half feet on one, and then the 5 on where we have the divergence.
So you're with me now, you guys are with me.
Yeah, but I want clarification,
Thank you.
because he said something different than what you said. You said houses, and this is accessory buildings, so there would be no houses or accessory buildings more than 17, closer than 17 and a half.
Correct. And accessory buildings could only be 25 feet apart because of the 12 and a half foot
Okay,
setback.
but you said one thing and you said.
Side
another thing, so I
setbacks.
just want to make sure that no structures would be closer to another structure on an opposing lot.
And 17 and a half. Yes.
This says, quote, side setbacks for side-loaded garage units. 5 feet on one side and 20 feet on the second side for primary unit of the side load garage. And then accessory buildings, 12.5 feet. Okay? That's what your text said. Then at the beginning, description of the modifications, you're clarifying that the minimum separation between houses will remain at least 17 and a half feet. So you're
Okay,
saying,
but again, I don't like that because here it says accessory buildings too. There it says houses.
Mhm.
I just want the clarification that it's any structures that are not closer than 17 and a half.
okay, so that is a little bit different than what I'm bringing up, but I think that's an important differential. So it would be.
And it sounds like you're agreeing. with
Yeah.
that. So if you
Sounds
can
like
just
that's it.
put that in writing so that there isn't a difference in the text. And ambiguity in the text.
All right. I'm trying to find out where the ambiguity is.
Well, because
And
in
you-
one places you say houses, and another area you
Okay.
say accessory.
Yeah, so
So I
Todd,
just want any structure, no two structures are closer, because I don't want you to mix houses with accessory buildings.
Okay, and we're just,
on the description of modification, on the application, I can show you the visual if you want, that's helpful. Right here says minimum separation between houses.
I can't see what my glasses are without. them.
And the back.
See that?
So between houses always are at least 17 and a half. Yes.
So that's where he's saying not just houses.
Oh, yeah, we can also include accessory structures.
Yeah, yes, exact, Linda. Okay,
And I believe our text does have the accessory structures that would just need to be added to that application, the original application.
I don't think we're in disagreement. We just want.
You just want to make sure it's,
So that if, not that you would flip it, but in case, they say, oh, that's not really. we can
Yes.
down that path.
yes. Okay. So on the application, which I don't have with me,
on the application modification description, which is technically a part of the text itself, so therefore needs to be as clear as well.
right?
Then we're gonna just clarify that, and then that does help resolve some of these items. The other one was Exhibit E 11.1 for supplemental examples of architecture character. So I'm gonna go to Exhibit E 11.1. Traffic analysis.
Yeah, I think in the handout, it's easier to find just because it's, don't have to go through the rest of the book.
Let me use the handout.
Yeah, I would use it.
Can you show me where we left ones?
11.1, well, in the handout, or in this handout where I just pulled the excerpts of what we changed. So these are the different.
So these are samples
Mhm.
that you indicate within the text, which I love, the samples.
Right.
But as you know, we've gotten also burned on what gets sold to us as samples and the reality of what really happens.
Right.
So can you talk a little bit, oh, this is a good one. So here we have rock, natural materials, those kinds of things. Here we have just brick as an accent.
Right.
Can we talk about something related to the use of percentage or primary siding that's going to be used for this based on the product?
I think.
Because examples really don't
Sure.
give
And
us.
I think we've
a-
already committed to all natural materials on all sides.
Do we have a percent? I didn't see a percent.
Well, it's all sides. So it's either stone, block, or stone, not block, stone, brick, or hardy plank, everywhere.
Okay, and then I'm confused.
That's not
I thought
vinyl.
this
There's no
was-
vinyl.
No, I don't care if it is vinyl. I just was confused because I thought, so it's just my mistake on the material being used in some of these examples.
Yeah.
'Cause I thought, so that's hardy plank.
Sadia
Just
committed
going
to all
through.
natural materials at the outset of this.
So all of this, everywhere that we've seen is all either hardy plank or all natural materials. What's the honeycomb?
Correct.
Yes, that's correct.
The honeycomb, oh, that's cedar shake.
That's cedar shake. Okay.
Yeah, and then they probably make it out of hardy plank now.
Are you saying hardy plank?
Yeah, that's a manufacturer's name. Cement board's probably a better name for it, or
HRDI.
yeah, HRDI. Cementitious fiber. Yeah, there's another.
Okay, that actually resolves that because the pictures, I didn't know which material was being alluded to in the examples provided. But
Yeah.
if you're saying what the commitment is.
They allow for a certain amount of customization of these, so people can add more or less of whatever, but it's all going to be the hardy plank, stone, and the brick.
Let's come back to the lots. Let's start with that.
Oh, 74, I wanted to have the drive on the road.
Okay.
I think those are all lots that need to be addressed, the ones that are,
Okay, well, let's let,
so get,
trustee Rail finish and then we'll come to yours.
okay.
Trustee Rail, do you have-
The only other item in this was just looking at making certain that we were addressing, but I'll let trustee Bullard address that. Mailboxes and stuff like that, and just making certain that we have that walkability. I'm still assuming that everything's still on the same with the multi-use paths going around and
Yeah.
nothing has changed there along the way. Okay,
Yeah.
that's fine then. I'm good.
Thank you. Trustee Bullard?
Well, what I did was I just made a quick identification of the ones that you had listed here. The are corner lots, 36, 29, 44, 46, 62, 74, 75, and 86 are all lots that are on corners. And probably all have the same issue that this one does.
Well, I know 74 does because, well, my issue is in regards to the stop conditions. These others, this one is a little further, what number is that? Number
Okay,
82 is a little further away. But I could see that being a problem.
All I'm thinking of is if we did each lot and got them done, bam, they're done.
So I'm willing to hear what you want in their response to it.
Could we just go through the lots and figure out which one's gonna, where the driveway's gonna be, bang, bang? Those-
Sure.
Real easy, it's lot 3.
Whoa, I just got deja vu. Haven't we already determined where the lot, where the
This is
driveway's
one
gonna be
up
on
here.
the entrance?
I thought on 3,
We haven't determined that yet, but there is, in the zoning, it basically states that it can be either on road, A or McKenna Drive there. For both of those corner lots, 3 and 44.
it is deja vu. What I think we said is if you do something, you have to do it this way. it had to do with the garage couldn't face McKenna. Isn't that what it said?
That's correct.
Yeah.
It was,
Well, but if it, so it would have to be a
I thought we said
sidewalk.
1 and 46 couldn't face Pyatt. The garage couldn't face Pyatt.
it just,
1 and 45.
it stated that it can't face any, road, like it can't be front facing the road. So it has to either be a house that's blocking it,
Right, okay.
and that's pretty much all that.
That's my.
Doesn't that
recollection.
limit, that's my recollection as well, so doesn't that limit location by, like, naturally, I guess?
Well, but on 3 and 44, 44 seemed like we took a long time talking about. I don't remember what the resolution on 44 was.
My thought on it is that that's, all of the traffic is gonna be going in front of that house, those two houses there. And the cars are gonna have to back off the street unless they're unloaded. We've got the turnaround. So they can back out, turn around and pull out, which is maybe a lot safer, but backing out in the street there is gonna be kind of difficult. We just know where we were talking, side load, or which way to put the driveway would be good.
Right, so on 3 and 44, do you want those to come out to Road A or to, I guess, McKenna?
So 44 will come off of Road A.
Yeah, and, also to point out, based on that, the rear setback, that's one of the only ways we can fit multiple products on it, is if it were to come off road A.
So it'll come off Road A?
Correct.
Okay, it will come off probably to the south.
Correct. That's right, because that's where you can get the most lift for your rear
Okay,
setback.
so just some way to look, if you can note it, so 44 is gonna come off Road A to the south, that's fine. And then you just go through them real quick and then just get put on there, we're done. I think we're-
So, there is an inconsistency on your numbering. Your landscape, exhibit,
D2 has 44 as 45 and 46. Did you guys modify since the binder was given to us?
Don't think so.
D2,
Yeah, we didn't update the exhibit because it didn't have the rest of the, yeah, it just never got updated with those numbers.
so is it the same number of lots?
Yes.
Why is it numbered different?
Because we dropped a lot at one point, but for some reason it didn't get transferred over to that enlargement. That thing is
So
just
is there
enlarged.
one that has a duplicate number because it wasn't changed, but it was added somewhere else?
Yeah, so what, the number that you said, D2,
D2 has 45 and 46, D1 has 44 and 45,
yeah, it should be 44 and 45.
D3 has 44 and 45.
Because it makes a difference, because if we're talking about lot 46.
Well, that makes it-
Well, there's no lot 46 right on that one. So, yeah, that's just an enlargement exhibit.
Conversational corner lot that we were having.
We spent a while on that.
It's 44 and 45 should be on that exhibit D2.
It does appear that that's the only exhibit that's incorrect at this point in time.
Okay, so we're going with the numbering system that is on your, attached to your April 15, 2025.
Correct.
Okay, so then back to the conversation that trustee Bullard was having.
So 44 comes off of Street Road A, and it comes off on the south side.
Your houses don't do that, right? Your garage is either on the front or on the corner. He's saying the south side, so he wants you to move your garage to the back of the house.
This is what it's saying.
Oh, and that's what you're gonna do?
It's the only way we can do it because it can't be facing the street.
and you have to.
If you're in agreement to that, I'm great, because that solves everything that he wants to do right there. So,
Are you saying this way?
Yep, that's all I'm saying is that, and I don't care whether it's side load or.
Right, yeah.
Either way, but it's.
And then that's the same thing for 3 on the other side.
And then on 3 on the other side would be road A, it would be the north side.
Correct.
Okay, let me make your life a little bit easier. You're showing 3 crosswalks there for that intersection. Is that right?
until the final engineering's done, I can't commit. It's either got 2 or it's got 3. And a lot of that ends up with grades when they get done. Yeah, I see what you're talking about.
What you're showing here is crosswalk here, here, here.
Right.
You only need 2.
Right.
So it's this one and maybe this one or this one and this one. So that you can take one of them out. And that would be fine for the handicap accessible in the long run. The people who live here, most people are just gonna walk across the street and do whatever they do. But to meet the ADA compliance, we need to have 2 here, 2 here, 2 here, 3 here.
Right, but until all the grades are done and everything, I can't commit to which corner it's on.
Okay, yeah, I don't care which one it is.
Yeah,
as
yeah.
long as that's what.
And I can't put any of that in minutes, because I can't read.
Yeah, they're engineering it right now.
Well, I
Just
think
for my
that-
clarification.
Yeah, I think we need something in the minutes related to the crosswalks, so
So-
can you summarize it?
Well, so this is what I think I'm hearing, but not, but don't tell me if I'm wrong. So at McKenna and Road A, there will be 2 crosswalks, but you're not committing to which 2.
There'll be a minimum of 2 crosswalks. They could end up with all 3. They could.
You have a problem.
Well, and my comment is that with 2 crosswalks, it's less for us to maintain.
I know, that's why I'm asking, are you requesting 2?
No, I'm requesting that we be at 2, not 3, because 3 is more work to maintain.
Right.
I'm trying to,
But if the county engineer requires it, so let me ask it this way. Are you putting in 2 if 2 are required, putting in 3 if 3 are required? And if there is no requirement, you'll put in 2?
That would be correct.
Okay, I think that, just put that in wording.
Yeah.
So that if the county engineer requires 3, you put in 3. We're not telling you can't do something you can't do. But if you can put in 2, you put in 2. And we're not telling you which 2.
Right.
Thank you, that's a good summary.
Yep.
okay.
And that goes really for Road A and Road B as well, is that correct? Trustee Board?
Yep.
Okay, now you had, stated there were several other lots. that you-
6 and 7, to go across through there, at the next intersection. You're going back,
That,
7 has to go, I mean, there is only one road.
there's only one road, it couldn't go either side. On 6, I don't see there's a problem, but it's in, what I'm looking for is your list of road, of lots here that you have, that were corner lots.
right. That were
And
corner.
really, 6 is not as much of a corner lot as, 5 and 6 and 4, they're all the same thing.
Right.
It can be either way.
So 7, I mean, that's just that parking lot really for the,
But, I mean, it has to enter into Road A, so I mean, I don't really see,
So there-
we can really address
6
that.
is gonna come off of Road A,
yes.
and it doesn't matter which side, doesn't matter, and 7 would probably be the same thing, same statement. As far as corner lots go.
Well, it's really not a corner lot, because
No.
there's not another road.
Well, it's a access road,
Yeah, but you can't put a driveway onto that.
no, that's correct, but it's, so 6 and 7 are, 6 and 7 are gonna come off of Road A.
Correct.
Okay, 82 and 63.
82, you have to, give me a second to find it. Okay, 82 and 60, okay, I'm there.
They're right across the street. Where would 82 be?
The driveway?
Road B?
I mean, right now, it's hard to say. I mean, you gotta think about where the sewer, the water is. I mean, that's gonna be at final engineering. I wouldn't be able to tell you that one specifically. The other two I could tell you for sure because of how it sets up to the rear setbacks, we have to do it that way. But on these other corner lots, we're not gonna know until our final engineering is done, and we know where our sewer is.
Well,
Our utilities.
what I'm getting at, you have the stop sign there at the intersection and trying to get the driveway away from the stop sign was all I was looking at.
Right.
Either gonna go east, 82 would be B, road B on the west side would be the ideal place for 82 on the south side. Either one of those I think is okay.
You said 82 on the south side.
82 on the south side.
Or far west,
Or far west.
which gives you two
Road
options.
A on the south side, or road B on the west side.
As far as you can get it away from the intersections.
Intersections.
And 63, you could do the same thing and go to the north side and to the west side.
Okay. So can we have some sort of verbiage that explains it could be either of those two?
Yeah.
And that gets you away from the intersection.
That's fine. Yeah.
Excuse me. It's those two. 29 and 46 would be Road A on the north side and Road A on the west side, I think. Which gets you as far away from the intersections you can get.
I wonder,
For 29.
since we're kind of stating the same thing for all of these, is there some way of, writing this to the point that it calculates all these lots we're talking about, so it's not specifically, it's driveway setback from stop sign, or,
Why don't you work on wording, we'll continue
Yeah.
reading while you're doing that. The exception is on 74, I do want to see that on Road A regardless. And preferably to the west side, obviously, away from the intersection. But I think you would have to do that. But 74 is the one lot that I'm a little sticky about.
74 and 46 kind of falls into the same category. It would be toward the east side.
I'm as less sticky because the stop sign's on the other side of the road, but if you've got,
I think, you're right, that the stop sign is not the issue, but it's still the intersection issue, to your point.
Sure.
So I agree with you on that. And I kind of like the idea of the specificity by lot number on the exhibit, just for clarification, so it's not vague. If it's
Yeah,
like,
I do
well, they
too.
meant this, but,
Yeah, no,
or we can do both, but it's sort of like calling it out.
My only thought regarding lot 74 is if you were to come off Road A, we could potentially be running into, I'd have to look at it, but you could potentially be running into rear setback issues of 25 feet to your next building. Because then the back of your house is now the north side of the property line.
And then 75 would be the last one.
All right, are we started?
You're saying the northeast corner of 74?
think it would be east and,
So if you're bringing your road off of Road A,
Mhm.
you have to have your front setback of, forget what the front setback is, but the rear setback is 25 feet.
It's 30.
You know what I'm saying, Todd?
Mhm.
and I want to thank you for putting that, walkway in between 18 and 19. Because that gives access to that other trail there.
Yeah, I concur.
And in the statement there, the first paragraph on item 6, I would just put the third line down, it says, supplied loading garage units on one side only. I would stick in on the non-garage side, would be the 5 foot. Setback.
The third paragraph, correct?
If you read that paragraph, it says the diversion is being requested from section 1108Q, 11.09.10Q in this zoning regulation to reduce the building side setback to 5 feet for side loading garage units. And I think what you mean to say there on the non-garage side is where the 5 foot setback would be.
That's correct.
Yes,
It's not clear with that.
yes, that's the clarity, thank you.
I would just.
And that is what you mean, so,
Correct.
yeah.
It's just being clear on it. So where it comes back.
I'm a visual. Where?
Yeah, so instead of saying on one side only, it says on non-garage.
It's an easy one, it's not. Okay.
That's good.
If I go over to P on the next page, it says street trees are provided along both sides of all internal roadways at a maximum of 60 foot on center and shall be planted outside of the public right of way on the opposite side of the sidewalk from the road. And I don't know if the street trees confuse that, anybody? And I know what you mean by street trees, and I know what it means, but we really don't want street trees, we want them in the yard trees,
Yeah,
whatever you want to call them. That was all.
okay.
Those are minor things as far as I'm concerned. And that's about all I have.
Okay, so do you want some time to write that up and then consider, well, first we have to take a vote.
I could give it a college try here, so.
So at this time, I open it up for public comment for those in favor. Hearing none, I will open up for public comment for those opposed. Hearing none, and applicant needs a little bit of time, I would recommend we take a recess from the hearing, but continue our meeting. So with that, I recess the meeting to the, I'm sorry, recess the hearing, subject to the call of the chair, and we'll continue the meeting. So the next item on the hearing no objection, so where are we?
Cemetery.
Cemetery. Okay, so, Council Board, do you want to address the
Yeah, but I wanted to run by Administrator Hale first.
Yes, so this is the requisition for the swearing improvements that we discussed, I believe, 2 meetings ago. And we now have 3 quotes. The original quote received from Rock Solid Landscape was the lowest. There was a second bid that came in at, I believe it was 45,000. Yes, 45,218, and then a third bid at 57,888.
So do you have a recommendation?
At this time, recommending moving forward with Rock Solid. However, I do want to add that the Pyatt family has generously agreed to donate $15,000 toward this project, in addition to the funding that was already given. So the remainder of the funds over and above the 15,000 would be the money that was donated from them.
So do we need to wait until the next meeting to accept the 15,000, or should we do that tonight?
I do not have it, but we could bring it forward in July.
Okay.
We can also, so we could appropriate at least the funding now.
Yes.
And then I did want to add that we are in contact with the VA about some improvements around the flagpole. So I'm requesting the entire amount should that not pan out. However, if it does, then it would be less the funding that they would bring forward.
Thank you. Do you have a motion?
With that, I make a motion that we approve requisition C04-03, the amount not to exceed $39,412.84 to Rock Solid Landscape and Construction for the purpose of removing the stone path and replacing it with pavers in the swearing area. So moved.
Second.
Moved by trustee Doyle, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. I would like to thank Wayne Pyatt for his consideration of the township and his family.
I concur and also appreciate the quotes provided by, work provided by our sexton on this to ensure that the area looks nice and continues to be one of the nicest cemeteries around.
Thank you. Further discussion? Let's call the roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Any other items for cemetery?
Not at this time.
Not this one.
Okay. Thank you. That takes us to zoning department. Zoning report?
Zoning report, if you refer to your packet, we still have the violations that are being recorded. And did you want to talk about the permits and the reporting, that formatting that we were looking at?
We have restored, and hopefully to the board's satisfaction, the reporting that was done previously for the year-to-date reports, and then as well as putting the monthly zoning report back into the same format.
And you gentlemen should both have that in your packets, and I think it looks spectacular. Do you gentlemen have any feedback? Looks awful lot like the previous.
Yes.
Which one?
So I would have anticipated new homes actually going down, and they're not really, so that's a good sign.
Yeah.
Because I do like rural character, but once a development is established, I don't like it being halfway done, I like it being completed, and I think for the most part, the developers are doing a good job.
And if we look at new homes, where we're at right now, probably gets us close to 250 for the year.
Yeah, that'd be a
If it continues at this rate.
So don't over extrapolate.
I will, that's on record. All right, yes, so, give compliments to the zoning staff for restoring that and really appreciate you getting that back into the alignment. Next item is, BZA requests. Have a few requests I'd like to bring forward at this time. Move to appropriate $5,000 for the use by the Berlin Township Board of Zoning Appeals to retain Televate LLC, Dominic R. Curie, to advise the board on any technical matters associated with any zoning applications submitted to the board by Tower Co. 2013 LLC, Olentangy Local School District Board of Education for approval of a telecommunications tower as permitted by the Ohio Revised Code Section 519.13.
Second.
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Gould.
Is it in the packet somewhere?
Yes.
The language is in the packet.
Pass it.
You guys pass it?
Thank you. Go back to, there,
Okay.
Top.
Elevate LLC.
Okay, so, please call the roll.
I got it.
You moved it.
I think you seconded.
Trustee Board second.
Okay, there we go. Please go.
I'm just gotta get it written down here. To elevate Dominic. I've never heard of that. Trustee Bryant.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Before you move that, I want to change the word.
Okay.
I never can spell that word. I'm just adding it for a specific occurrence. Trustee Riddle.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move to release for a specific occurrence to the Berlin Township Board of Zoning Appeals for its use in reviewing any zoning applications filed by Tower Code 2013 LLC and/or the Olentangy Local School District Board of Education. If necessary, all discovery provided by Tower Code 2013 LLC, the Olentangy Local School District Board of Education, or their agents, all hearing transcripts and all deposition transcripts of any individual or party associated with Tower Code 2013 LLC or the Olentangy Local School District Board of Education as such are related to any state or federal litigation involving Tower Code 2013 LLC, the Olentangy Local School District Board of Education, and/or Berlin Township. This motion is related solely to this particular matter and is not intended to create a precedent regarding any other matters identified herein.
Second.
Moved by Trustee Rail, seconded by Trustee Bullard. Discussion. Normally I wouldn't be in favor of this, but I think in this specific instance that it's appropriate, and so I would be in support. Further discussion? Please call roll.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Trustee Bryant.
Yes.
And, Mr. Chair, there are just two summary issues, one being violations near Cheshire Village. These matters were brought forward before the board, actually starting about 24 months ago, and we've continued to look into them. Per our violations report, we've resolved 8 of the 10 reported violations to date. However, there still remains a few outstanding ones, one in which I do not think we're going to have resolution to anyone's satisfaction in the township, namely being that it does appear that there were permitted buildings that were erected without having gone through the proper zoning approval process that were permitted by the prior zoning inspector. And then it does appear there are new issues related to the uses of the facility, specifically that the use being indicated as storage, but it appears there are actually businesses running out of there. So we're going to need to investigate that more, and if we find that that is something that is occurring, that there are businesses running out there with different uses than permitted, and it needs to be, we're going to need to escalate that to the prosecutor's office.
Thank you for working that problem because it was a problem.
And continues to be, but we're one at a time. And then the final issue for zoning is the pond issue off of 3Bs and K Road. This is North 3Bs and K. We did have public come in and provide comments. Grateful to the residents for coming in and providing feedback. While the Board of Trustees is limited in its capacity to bring forward an enforceable resolution, it's important for residents to be able to come before the local jurisdictions and at least provide guidance. So hopefully that safety issue will get resolved and that the HOA can resolve any aesthetics or further safety concerns.
Any other issues for zoning department?
Not this time, Mr. Chair, thank you.
Thank you. That takes us to fiscal officer items.
There are 3 payment lists.
I've got 2 of them.
You got 2 of them, let me see if I can find the third one.
I can tell you what they all are easily.
I have ones that is the large one and one that's a simple one.
Okay. There's the third one.
Two are vehicles, one's the rest.
Okay, so I move that we approve, positive pay file report dated 6/9/2025 at 5:10 PM for $29,869, warrant number 32906.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee, Rail, discussion. Please call the roll.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Stratton.
Yes.
Said that.
So, next, item is, I move positive pay file report approval dated 6/5/2025 at 4:34 PM, warrant number 32881 for an amount of $59,257.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail, discussion. Please call the roll.
Trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee Rail.
Yes.
Next item is, I move approval of positive pay file report dated 6/6/2025, warrants 32882 through 32905 for an amount of $29,636.53.
Second.
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard, discussion, please call the roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Okay, I think I screwed that up, so I need to okay, no, the first one was the long ones. Two of them were $29,000, so that's why I got those mixed up. Sorry about that.
Okay.
And trustee Rail seconded the third one.
Trustee Bullard.
Trustee Bullard, thank you.
Second and first two.
Too fast.
Slow us down until you get to a point, because I've been in your shoes and it's hard when people get ahead of you.
Yeah, but you were younger at the time. Here's the electronic payments. I forgot to print them earlier. Not much to say there. The big item, of course, is the health insurance, which is now for a month, 21,000 and change.
It's becoming a large expense. However, if we did not have it, I don't know how many employees we'd have.
Sure. We don't have much choice, do we? And we did shop as best as we could.
Next item.
Albers and Albers. We've got a bill from them for $48.75. There is $287.50 left in that PO.
Move to appropriate $10,000 to Albers and Albers for the purposes of JED and TIF and other financing agreements.
Second.
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Bullard. I'm going to be in favor of this, but I would like ask the board's indulgence to allow the township administrator to look into that area and see if there's other people that can effectively do what's being done.
And more cost effective.
More cost.
Yeah,
But,
I think that sounds great.
I know she has lots of spare time to do that.
Add to the list.
Further discussion? Please call the roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Got it.
Okay, so, anything else for fiscal officer?
That's got it, thank you.
That takes us to Township Administrator.
Yes, so before you, as you know, we have a few vacancies within the township. One of those is we have a labor position, and then we do have an intent later this year to fill the assistant road superintendent position. And so to remain competitive, and Trustee Bullard, I'm gonna deviate a little bit from what I told you earlier. I was looking at some numbers here. Overall, I would like to consider moving to more of a range structure for compensation, and I'd like more time to evaluate that, but knowing that we have these vacancies that need filled immediately, and we know that our wages currently are tracking a bit below average, I'd like to propose new ranges, which would take the place of the current rates that are within the organizational minutes, and would request the board's consideration for labor 1 of a rate of $18.05 to $21.82, which would fall just below the beginning wage for the labor 2 position, a range of $21.83 to $25 for labor 2.
I'm sorry. That was too fast for me.
Sorry,
Please
which one?
repeat that last one.
$21.83 to $25 for labor 2.
25.
Yes. And then for the assistant road superintendent, $29.27 to $31. $29.27 to $31.
So for,
The assistant road superintendent.
So this would be the range.
31, 29, 27, okay.
And then from 2183 to 27.
Where you want to scratch?
Providing a little bit of latitude based on qualifications to either start lower, or if they come in and have the skills, then we can bump them up a bit.
Discussion. So, in the past, I would have been against this, but we're not in the past.
Wow.
So I'm not taking back what I've said in the past, but we're in a new age. I don't have to like where I'm living, but I mean, time frame. I love where I live, but things are expensive. And so it's
I think these are great recommendations, good range. Surprised we're not discussing this more, but I do think the one thing I mentioned to the administrator is that I do think the CDL requirement, and it's okay if that means that you pay more, but I think it's something that we need to still retain to the best of our capability, because if we have that as a requirement, then we might get a higher quality candidate that we can place in a 2 position or something like that. But if we don't have this requirement, we kind of open up the floodgates for, spending a lot of time on maybe not so qualified candidates. And this is a nice way that we can ensure a little bit of a quality check, but then also have them be able to do all the duties and drive all the trucks available. And that would be my one thing for us to make a hiring place.
right now we've got 3 trucks that need CDLs.
That's an
We
issue.
have snowplows, we've got 2 that could be driven without CDLs for snowplows. And so, I agree with you, I think in the future, if you know your, I think Orange is, there's plenty of townships says no CDLs required. And what it is they've probably already purchased the trucks that
Yeah,
are non-CDL trucks.
yeah. That's not our
So,
situation.
and we're headed in that direction, but hopefully we can make our trucks last longer.
So as liaison, do you want to are you happy with this? Do you want to make a motion?
Yeah, I'm happy with it, and yes, I'll make a motion.
Wait, what's our motion is change
Would
To
be
make a range.
repeal, yeah.
for just what we're recruiting for right now?
Would be the 3 positions of labor 1, labor 2, and assistant road superintendent.
Well, because there's people in that role right now.
Yes, this would not change. These ranges would fit where they are currently.
Okay, got it.
And that's why I'm okay with this, because I'll just leave it at that.
We live in a different reality. And
And
want.
And,
But I like part of the reality.
and my discussion with, Administrator, Aubrey was this is the beginning of changing our pay scale that will show up in the organizational minutes. So it's not only, but this is solving an immediate problem. And,
With the long-term scope of view, I love it.
and
It's a
we
great
may,
idea.
and we may have to do something else between now and the organizational meeting, but the goal here is to get to a standard that we can run with the organizational meeting.
So
Great idea.
I like this for now. I'm not sure I would like where you're headed, but I won't be here, so it won't matter.
Okay, well, that's fine. We understand. Okay, with that, I make a motion that we put in pay scales, pay ranges for the assistant road superintendent / crew leader to be $29.27 to $31 per hour. Laborer 2, $21.83 to $25 per hour. And laborer 1, $18.05 to $21.52. 82. Yeah.
I second.
Did write that right? Okay.
And we are still going to retain the CDL requirement.
Yes.
Yeah, this is just making a range. It's not changing the requirements.
There's no changes at this point. What it is it gets us a window that we can work with.
Yeah.
Okay.
Moved by trustee Board, seconded by the chair. Discussion.
I want to say that when we initially posted on Indeed, we did not have the CDL requirement as something. We
So
should change that, right?
that is our preference, is that we are intending when we are interviewing candidates that if they don't currently, we're not offering, we can revisit that if we absolutely would have to, but the preference is that by increasing the range, the expectation is we're going to be
Yes.
targeting those who have it.
So for clarification of what you just said, so you're saying we're not really entertaining those that don't have it, but if we need to, you'll come back and then we'll revisit it.
Correct.
Perfect.
And to change from the CDL trucks that we have to non-CDL trucks is probably about a $700,000 purchase of
Yeah,
three
that's
trucks
not,
at this point, so that doesn't make sense.
yeah. And do we need to allocate money to advertise on Indeed and
I believe-
change that to the CDL requirement?
Let's go ahead, because I'm not sure where it stands to date, but if we need to go back out and re-advertise with the.
So I kind of like to do a blanket and just give, allocate $1,000 for various.
Love it, go for it.
I move that we approve, I am out of order. Okay, please call.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee Ryan,
Yes.
trustee Rayo.
Yes,
I move that we appropriate and allocate $1,000 to Indeed for various township positions.
So,
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Bullard. Discussion. Now, I know what I just did is going to be a little bit of a nightmare because you're not going to know what account to put that in, but I'll
you get this started.
You could put some in each account.
I will, yeah, I'll
But work with the administrator and then allocate where you think. that-
What I'll probably do is not actually do a PO, I'll probably just do blankets.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not that much money.
Got it. Okay, discussion? Please call roll. Did we get a second?
Trustee Bullard.
Okay, yes, thank you.
Trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Rayo,
yes.
trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Okay, any other administrative items?
This time.
Are you ready?
Thanks, Al.
Okay, I call back to order the hearing for BZC case 24-006. Mr. Ferris.
Yes, so I will present to you the written statements that I believe answer what we discussed, with one point of conversation still based off of whether buildings are configured. that we'll discuss. So I had that we had 6 items to talk about that we wanted to modify. Number 1, add accessory structures to the main application to clarify setbacks pertaining to homes and accessory structures.
Can we add into that, so that no structure is more than, is closer than 17.5 feet, and this statement takes precedent over any other, statement in
Is that
the
like-
text?
It's like nail on the chalkboard is the way you're writing on that.
That's what I love doing that, and it's just.
Okay, so I will add to that, so that no structure is less than 17.5 feet.
No closer, maybe is the best way to say it instead of less.
Could you go over there, actually?
Sure.
It really does bother me.
It's.
Yeah, I guess so.
That's
That's the only pen that I've got.
Like a squeaky thing going on?
Yeah. It's like nail on chalkboard.
Closer than 17.5 foot separation.
And this statement takes precedent over any other text.
Tom, the reason is the microphone right above your head.
Okay.
Yeah, get it on the tape.
So, item 1, add accessory structures to main application to clarify setbacks pertaining to homes and accessory structures. That no structure is closer than 17.5 foot separation. This statement takes precedence over any other text in the application. Whoa. Item 2, modify Exhibit D2 to change lot numbers to match Exhibit C1. In particular, lots on D2 shown as 45 and 46 to become 44 and 45.
Yes.
3, clarify in text that crosswalks at intersections may be configured for 2 crossing locations unless required to be in 3 locations by county engineer.
Will be, not maybe.
Will be configured.
Will be configured. You said maybe.
Yes, I did say may. Will be configured for 2 crossing locations unless required to be in 3 locations by county engineer. Item 4, modify item 6, first paragraph to read on non-garage side only instead of on one side only. Item 5, following lots and garage/driveway locations shall be as follows. Lot 3, driveway on Road A, northwest side of lot. Lot 29, driveway on Road A, northeast side of lot.
Can you just give me a minute?
Sure, you want your little drawing? Because I put these in numerical order so they won't be like right across the street from each other. So.
Okay, I'm ready. Can you start with this?
Lot 3, driveway on Road A, northwest side of lot. Lot 29, driveway on Road A, northeast side of lot, or Road A on southwest corner of lot. Lot 44, driveway on Road A, southwest corner of lot. Lot 46, driveway on Road A, northwest corner of lot, or Road A, southeast corner of lot.
46?
46?
Yes. That's Road A on both sides.
I know you said it twice.
Lot 46, driveway on Road A, northwest corner of lot, or Road A, southeast corner of lot. Lot 63, driveway on Road A, northeast corner of lot, or Road B, southwest corner of lot. Lot 74, driveway on Road A, southwest corner of lot. Lot 75, driveway on Road A, southeast corner of lot, or road B, northwest corner of lot. Lot 82, driveway on road A, southeast corner of lot, or road B, northwest corner of lot. And then item 6, modify text item P to say yard trees instead of street trees. What lot do you need to talk about, Mason?
We were talking about 74.
74.
The only access for the driveway was off Road A on the south side, the southwest side specifically. We would run into an issue with the rear setback. So now your rear setback to the property line is 25 feet. Your front from the road is 60 feet. And given the lot depth, this would only allow for a building size to be 37.5 feet deep.
So,
One
moment. Oh, sure. So, I understand the issue that they have. What is the preference of the board, the driveway or giving in on the setback on the back? Because they can't do that.
I don't wanna give it a setback.
I don't like the setbacks, getting all this closer, that sort of thing, I never give up driveway.
We could move that driveway onto road B on the northeast corner, so it's far.
You're gonna do that, but it is gonna be so sticking close to the, stop sign. But I understand the issue.
Yeah, that's the only one that's.
I'll concede.
So I will add then to lot 75, is that correct? Lot 75?
74.
Driveway on road A, in case they figure something out, southeast corner of lot, no, it wasn't 75. Which one was it? 74. Driveway on road A, southwest corner of lot, or road B, northeast corner of lot. I don't have the map in front of me, so I don't know.
That's correct.
Northeast corner of lot. Just in case they figure something out yet, but it doesn't look like it. So,
I understand the issue. I wouldn't concede if I didn't.
yeah, no, I get it.
My goal is not to make your life hard, it's to do what's in everybody's best interest. And I get it.
Yeah. So I think that covers all of the items that we discussed. This is fairly legible, except for one item where I had the sentence run on.
We need to get a copy of that, turn all that stuff in there.
So, this isn't a determination of the items, but I just want to reiterate something that we did in the original zoning. And that is that the area needs to be mowed even when it's in good space. Because giant hogweed grows there. Well, it doesn't grow there now, but it'll come off the railroad if you don't mow. So I know that in the verbiage, we said that it would be addressed in the final and that the zone at PCC would look at that. But I want to reiterate, that's important to you as well.
Sure.
So I don't want that to be ignored.
Okay.
But that's not here nor there on what we're doing tonight. But I'm going to say it because anytime you're here, I'm going to say that needs to be mowed.
Okay. And we should be coming forward with the final development plan in the next couple of months.
So if you're doing this, that's my hope. And like I said, once it's started, I want you guys to get it done.
Okay.
And the giant hogweed and the, was it hemlock are really growing this year.
I bet.
All the wet spring.
Yeah.
It's amazing how much about it.
Was it like 10, 12 feet tall by now or taller?
Yeah, if you go look at the railroad, especially along Glen Road, it's not in our road right away, but it's growing.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're there at the railroad station, probably it's the same thing. They're really thick. And the problem is, those trees are put in high.
Right. look pretty enough so somebody might want to pick them.
Okay, so do you need to do anything before, we, as always, will want you to type that so that the fiscal officer doesn't have to type all of that out.
I'll type it and send it.
But we'll make a copy so we both have it. And you need to sign a date that you're requesting those tomorrow.
I have Mason sign and date it since he's the applicant. So if you sign and date that sheet.
That you're requesting those changes.
We really didn't change much, it's just to clarify.
Yeah.
What was what all was said.
Oh, I get it.
I walked in there thinking we weren't going to make any changes.
You try.
Full copy? Please.
I'm surprised it hasn't drowned out the hogweed.
No.
Is it in the ditches or on the banks? Or just everywhere?
Everywhere that's not mowed. I think it's out competing with the invasive. What's that? It smells nice. People use it plant.
Honeysuckle?
I remember as a kid them planting it across the road.
Honeysuckle?
And I loved it.
Yeah.
I don't love it anymore.
I've spent the last 3 or 4 years trying to eradicate it out of my backyard. It's on a ravine. It keeps on wanting to come back. It doesn't give up.
So a little bit's nice, but a lot of it is hideous.
Yeah. Well, I couldn't even see the creek at the bottom anymore.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
So,
And we'll get these over tomorrow.
and you have this.
I believe I did.
You have mine?
Clerk at
Clark and Berlin.
Well,
He does.
Exhibit 7,
Dedication notice.
The notice is, well, I have exhibits 1 through 6 here, notice.
Well, but this is the BCC notice.
That's from 6/9. So I accept the binder.
The exhibit number 1, fiscal officer, Jordan, that's not our notice, isn't that the BCC notice? Exhibit number 1.
I don't believe it is. I don't know. I haven't seen. I'll see. Yeah, it is.
So we need to.
Exhibit 1, hearing notice and proof of advertisement minutes for this meeting.
The notice.
So it's really a copy of this.
Doesn't go, is, okay. This would be exhibit 7.
Yes, please.
You got those?
That should be good.
That's the one he gave us tonight.
Okay. 7. 8.
And you got this.
Yeah, I was gonna ask about this PowerPoint. So you gave this to us, but this, you said minus exhibit 3, and nothing has changed?
Yeah, that's what we first showed you the very first time that we introduced that to you.
So we already have this.
You've already got that, or you threw it away, I don't know.
So nothing has changed on this.
That should be exactly the same that we showed you.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I'll check it real quick, but I don't think anything was added to it. You didn't change anything, you did?
No.
Yeah, Mason was the only person that was working on that one, he didn't change it.
Okay. And
So
then
we
this
did
would to be exhibit 9. You need to accept the binder.
Do we need to make this an exhibit?
We had us do whole new binders for everybody with those, with those little changes in it. That's why I brought the little handouts. It's like,
I actually appreciate it both.
because you can't find them unless you search it.
First year. So I think we need to accept this. And if we're doing them,
Ladder to presses of former trustees 7.
at least not 9. 10.
It needs to be.
It has to be before this. It should be before this.
It should be before this. So it needs to be 10.
Okay.
I mean, 7. This is 8. This is 9.
So when you make the motion, if you could describe each one.
Exhibit 8,
just the-
is that the same as, I think this is the same as what's already in the binder. This is exhibit 5, yeah.
But isn't
Right.
that,
Yes, it's just I pulled out the.
This has the red too. I didn't see anything that changed.
is that exactly the same?
Yeah.
I just want to be sure it's exactly the same.
I don't blame you. I don't blame you.
D2. Our old friend D2.
Yeah.
I don't know. I think we should just accept it as it is.
There's no problem.
There's no, yeah, exactly. Okay,
Nothing like it.
Could eat.
move to accept as exhibit 7, the binder dated for April 15th, 2025 request. Exhibit 8, the application with requested modifications. Exhibit 9, the notification by the Board of Trustees, notice of public hearing from 5/29/2025. And Exhibit 10, the modifications made at the applicant's request related to the development plan.
Second.
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Buller. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Trustee O'Brien?
Yes.
Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
Trustee Rail?
Do I have a motion?
Yes, move to approve BZC case 24-006, number 1, Seven Hills of Berlin, amendment with the latter exhibits taking precedence over the former and ensuring the incorporation of all Berlin zoning commission requested modifications that were completed, as well being supplemental to the Board of Trustees and not a replacement of Board of Trustees.
Yes, I'll second it. You need to put in the number of exhibits that were there. Just, you don't have to list them or anything, but there's how many exhibits were there total?
Exhibits 1 through 10, with the latter taking precedence of the former.
That's right, yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Bullard as amended with friendly amendment. Discussion. Please go roll.
Good point of discussion.
Yes.
I think this is really nicely done and will integrate nice with this area, and I think that the builder did an excellent job trying to incorporate the feedback, so appreciate this and looking forward to seeing how it builds out.
Yeah, thank you. Further discussion. Please call the roll.
Trustee Rail?
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien? Yes. Trustee Bullard?
Yes.
We'll email that, tomorrow, and the hearing is closed. Thank you. Thank you all. Good night. This is all. Okay, so that takes
Hang on a
us.
second. I get the exhibits.
Totally got it. Take your time, because that's important, because we'll see. Where is this?
Okay, what's that? What number is that?
Trustee, is that?
Well, it's either 8 or 7
Or 9 or B?
That's 9.
That's 9.
Sure looks like 8.
All right, and then, all right, so. All right. What
The
was-
one, the most important one is that the applicant requested
Is this 7?
changes. Yeah.
All right. So clearly, yeah, 10's big.
Yeah.
Because the binder is set.
I literally put it in the order too, so hold on. There we go. All right, this is 9.
That's not,
This is 10. We're all doing that, right? This one's 9, the notice. This one's 8, and the binder is 7. There you go. 7, 8, 9, 10. 10, 9, 8.
Stop!
It's the order that it needs to be.
Stop.
And it's written.
This is not an exhibit.
That is not an exhibit.
That's 3, okay. So
It's
the
already
whole-
in the binder.
The whole binder is 8.
7.
The whole binder is 7. Okay. Got it. So the notice is 9.
Correct.
Okay. And so this is 8.
Yes.
Okay.
You got it.
Got it. Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, next item we have, under trustee items is text annexation petition we've received, from, I don't know if it's from the city or from the applicant, to the city, but, an annexation from Evans Farms to the city of Delaware. So it would be in order if, there is an objection.
To the county.
It's from the county.
The county sent it to us?
The county sent it to us.
Sent to the county.
Yes, but who sent it to us?
He sent it to us, the lawyer sent it to us, for this petition being filed with the
So it's
commission.
the applicant.
Oh, you gonna get the envelope?
No, that's
No?
okay. Okay, so, we have a deadline, to make an objection. We've got, I believe, 7 items that we can object on. If we are going to object, we need to do it at this meeting. Now, obviously, we all object to annexation, but legally, valid objections, do we have any objections? Okay, hearing,
I see no reason to object.
Well, can we, was this a parcel previously under consideration for annexation by the city of Delaware and was denied?
Yes.
I think actually the applicant pulled the application, I think. But anyway, it did not go through. It did go before the city, and they, as I recall, couldn't agree on the NCA.
Okay, but this is the same parcel we're talking about.
so we've already visited it. I just want to bring it before the board because we are under deadline.
Are there any roads that are being proposed in this area to, split with the township?
No, see, the problem and the irritant to me is how they don't annex the road. They annex everything to the road. But it's a county road, so it doesn't really affect us negatively, but, I believe it doesn't include the road. It doesn't really.
I wasn't sure what this part was.
I can't conclusively say,
Okay.
I can't say, but I do know that it doesn't make an island, which is what we needed to do in order to be able to object. But notwithstanding that, in my view, we can't object, this does affect density. So if they put in less dense houses, they can put more density in our parts of the township. Because as my understanding is, what we agreed to was, on the 2-to-1 vote, was that they could put a certain number of houses and in the area. So if they put fewer in Delaware, they can put more in Berlin. Conversely, if they put more in the city, they can put fewer in Berlin. And that's not under our control.
Well, but wouldn't any change,
To me, it then makes any change that they do in the zoning a major modification, because the
for
amount,
sure, that,
because the land,
the land is changed. Yeah, I for sure agree with you. This would make the entire landscape of Evans Farms, if you wanted a minor change, go through a major change, because the land use now changes. It's not even,
but whenever they come with a new application, I believe that we have to look at the discussion of how dense they can move things around.
well, because the thing about that is,
And the city of Delaware can do whatever they want, because.
well, they can do whatever they want, but like the scope of the plan was intended to incorporate these 44 acres.
Mhm.
So
So if there's more houses in the area, then they should do
it
fewer
should
in Berlin.
be, yeah.
But if they do fewer in the city, they can do more in Berlin.
Are they aware that nothing has changed with the millage? That was the huge component of why the city was going to vote down. And I thought they did vote down. I thought it was a 3-2 vote. No?
I don't really recall. I thought they told, I may be in there, because what happened, I think, is the developer would agree to the NCA requirements, and then maybe the city, so to me, they turned it, the developer turned it down because they knew it was going to lose, but I mean, totally wrong.
Yeah, okay. Well,
But back to the issue.
though we're opposed to the annexation of this parcel, legally, there's nothing that we can do as a board to collectively object to it as board members. However, I think that the state law of annexation permissibility here is egregious.
Totally agree.
It looks like they're annexing to the center of the road.
That's what I thought on the
See,
east side.
So that may be a difference from the last, because I believe they didn't do that. Now, why they would do that is so they can annex more.
Right.
Across the road.
So hearing no legally valid reason that we can object, I'm going to move on. Okay, that takes us to future facility planning and an organizational analysis. Who would like to take the lead on that?
I can. So as the board knows, we are reaching capacity. We have reached capacity in this building for space, both for staffing, equipment. It is why we were talking about the cold storage building earlier this evening, as well as at the fire station. And what I am seeking is direction from the board on whether we start to evaluate moving forward on those facilities, and if so, what the board's interest is and at what level. And so I added the organizational assessment. I know you have some thoughts on it. I would like to maybe also put it on the July agenda so that the chief can speak to it as well. And so that he can be at least present for discussing some of the items in here, but it does mention that the fire station is at capacity and we have to do something because we don't have adequate space. So I'm seeking the board's input and direction so that I understand what way to go.
Thank you. So I'll kick it off with some thoughts. And that is, I believe that the station is inadequate for what we are going to be wanting to do in the future, I believe. Now, if we did not have EMS stationed there, I think it would be sufficient size to stay there because of the quartering of males and females and the ratio there and for a variety of issues. My personal belief is that the model that we have is the correct model, and that is to have EMS by the county at our fire station. I think that's the best of all worlds. We've got all of that service, and all we're doing is providing, and they do provide a little bit of funding, but very minor. But we don't have to buy the drugs, we don't have to buy the medic, we don't have to pay for the staffing. So I'm of the firm conviction that we need to stay with the model that we are. With that said, I do not think the fire station is adequate for what we need to do for both fire and EMS combined. So if the board did not agree with me in regards to EMS being there, it's a different conversation than if we want to keep the model that we have now, in my view. I believe it's inadequate for not only the housing of staff, but that to put an addition on it for staffing would be unwieldy. It would not, the flow wouldn't be right for quick response. There, I believe seconds matter. The other thing about the facility that I think is inadequate is regarding after a fire, the rules have changed on how to decontaminate. And whether we like it or not, whether I believe it's true or not, we are under current law, and if we're not careful, in the future, we're opening ourselves up to
huge lawsuit.
yeah. And so I believe the configuration, though when it was built, and I was part of that, was appropriate at the time, laws change, and you just have to deal with it. And I do not want to do a major modification of the building to do that. That also being said, I'm not going to be here when anything is going to be done in the future. I do not particularly want to pay for a study that tells me what I already know. But I also do not want to get ourselves into a situation where we can't fund what I envisioned. So if the study is more, what is the risk analysis, what is can we afford what we want to do? I think you don't want to get yourself into a position where you can't fund what you thought you could. Mm-hmm. So we need to do, in my view, an analysis of that. I also believe that the fire station could easily be converted into a road maintenance and perhaps even have our meetings in the training room down there and make that where perhaps we were stationed. But that's more organizational. I would leave that more not to a study, but to the township administrator to see what really makes sense, and then have that come back to us. But I don't really want to fund a study telling me what I know and also what I can't afford. But I do want to know what we can afford. So that's a little bit of a study that I think we need to have funded, but that's not a study, what do we need to do? We could build a roads facility and then do a major modification on the fire station. I personally don't think that makes sense, but that's a possibility that I think the board should consider if that's what they want to do. Practically speaking, though, I think that we need to know what we're doing in the future so that we can know what we're doing with this building. Because we are a growing township that wants to add perhaps more services. If we're going to do more services, we've got to have a place for the staff. And so what are we going to do with this building for staffing? We can't really, I mean, if the fiscal officer has an assistant, we have somebody with human resources. We might need somebody for economic development. I personally would like to have somebody 2 years, but things grow lives of their own. But even if they're only here for 2 years, you gotta have someplace to put them. So that's my take on it. And I'll open it up to the board of what you all think.
My view on it is that fire, I think, it doesn't make sense to try to build another fire station. I mean, to modify that fire station to improve. It could be used as a road facility. The other thing we could pick up is there's considerably more office space there for than what the roads department really needs. And there's some capabilities in the building that the road department could take a part of it and the bays, and then there's a significant amount that would be left for office space and could be used that way. The other thing is the meeting room down there could be used for this facility to do what we're doing here. And if we use that for the meeting room, that might give us enough space here to be able to do something for offices. If we're holding the meetings down there and doing that sort of stuff. So that's a possibility. This does get used for funerals and it does get used as a community room and that sort of thing. And we need to decide whether we want to continue that operation or not. The other thing is, Brian, you bring up additional amenities, I guess you call it, for the township. If we're looking at parks and recs and things like that, which is what we've been talking about, there's a significant amount of office space down there. If we took that facility, turn it over to roads, and we could have enough facilities to handle some more amenities for the township. And even with keeping the meeting room down there, the large kitchen area and the large areas in there, there's a lot of room there that could be used that way. The green field could be used for a new fire station.
Well, that's where I want it. I would preface all this that is where I want, because now this is my view. I have a strong view, but I won't be here. Is that we need one fire station for the township. We do not need two. And if we have one, it needs to be centrally located. And that is the location it should be. So that is my view, is that should be it. It should be built, in my view, to handle the township at its largest capacity, at its build out.
Sure.
Because I do not want a second fire station, but I want a fire station that fits the needs.
And if we put the fire department down there, that makes, the road department down there, fire department in another building, and that gives us quite a bit of space here that could be used with renovation or tear down or reconstruct, that sort of thing.
Now, this is not a strong thing, but my thought would be that this would be where, if there were parks and recreation, which I'm not totally for, but But if there was, this is where the offices would wind up being, not at first, because it would be made more for our immediate needs. But then you would have the base for what Parks and Recs would need, and zoning doesn't need base.
I think all these insights are great. I agree with EMS being there. I agree with it being a fire station. I agree with the location. I think the only thing that, and we will, if you guys don't mind, we'll reserve the rest of that analysis because I do want the chief to be here for the rest of this, but the facilities discussion. The only thing that strikes me a little bit at this point in time is the timing of it. And when will we start this analysis? And I do think, I don't even know if it's a study. I think it's, let's look at the finances, the numbers, and get a project manager and start it going, because it sounds like there's consensus, and then we also have the election coming up, so potentially it could be 2 new members of the board that then inherit our decisions in a couple of months. So if that's our direction, then I don't think we need to study on it just yet. I think we wait and see the outcome of the election, start it up at the first of the year, and then, talk through that and start moving forward at that time. The other thing that does is it gives us time to focus on getting the cold storage facility, which is now going to be over there, and focus on that, which does address the part of the analysis that says, Rhodes is using the firehouse for their storage, and they really shouldn't be doing that. So that does get them a little bit more room, but we're starting to burst at the seams. And then once we get an assistant, once we get the positions filled that are vacant right now, then we're going to look to grow the positions. So I think we're kind of coming up on a little bit of compression, but I think we have a 6-8 month time period that we can run like that, and then move forward on that game plan. Assuming that the next board wants to do that.
So
The paper that I wrote was all I was trying to do was to say, this is where we're at, this is what we got, and.
The cold storage buys us the roads time that we need for bursting at the seams with the materials. The staffing positions, we are going to run up against that, but parks and trails, for example, would be a couple years out. Some things would be a little bit sooner, and we need to probably get to those quicker.
So I will wear a different hat when I'm no longer here, and you may not like the hat I wear. Because the legislature is going in an area that I don't think they fully appreciate. And that is carryover. Because townships, especially growing townships, need to have a reserve, because when a development matures, the roads all need to be redone. They have to be ground, they have to be milled, and they're very expensive. But the legislature is not wanting carryover. And so when I wear that other hat, my point is, I believe that we have the sufficient funds to do this facility. If we wait, the legislature may require levies to not be collected.
I am aware of that being proposed currently. I think it's something that actually we're going to be talking about very soon. I think a couple of trustees ended up going to the state house last week about that.
And so I think it's ill-advised, but reality is reality. And so, me, I will follow the law even if I don't like it. And so if I don't like it, the entities are not going to like it, but it's the way it is. And the Budget Commission has to do what the Budget Commission has to do.
Yeah, so let's play out this hypothetical though, just because make sure I'm understanding. So this hasn't passed yet. This would go into effect for next fiscal year, correct?
So at that time, let's say we have the reserve available. We move forward with the study, we move forward with the building plans, and would we have to get the whole building built?
No, but you have to appropriate it as much.
And we would be able, so then I'm
Because
confident we
you-
would fit within that time.
Because you would have the plans and you would have that all set and you'd appropriate the money. And so it's appropriated.
And so then that would carry over still, even in the new law.
That's my belief. Now, how they write the law, you know.
Right, well, and there's a lot of pushback on that, so I'm not sure that that's gonna be the end result,
Yes. But I will tell you this, that, I went to the conference and when I talked with with the treasurer, I'm not yet a treasurer, they indicated that it was wise for budget commissions to be much more proactive than they have been in the past. Because the legislature is going to make things more mandatory and more, if the budget commissions aren't more thorough. Because in the past, as you recall, the budget commissions were pretty cursory. They're not going to stay that way. So and my thought is that on the first budget, I will recuse myself of Berlin Township. I can't recuse myself forever.
Yeah, well, that makes sense. That still gives us enough runway to do what we wanna do starting the first of the year, as long as we plan and coordinate and we take off in January, then we're right on track with the timing. The cold storage facility would be built in October, right? So we get that in, we get that kind of moved, and now we start with the facility. I mean, that timing all makes sense to me. Is there anything that you foresee other than the budget, other than that item, as far as?
That's a pretty big.
It's huge, but if we can accomplish that in 2026,
So I think.
which I think is feasible for the plans, do you think that a year's runway for the plans and to know where we're gonna go is good?
As far as, when you say plans, do you mean plans for the building as in architecturally, or plans as in we know what we're doing?
Maybe like somewhere between those two options?
Okay, then yes, that's.
Okay.
I think we can, I need to.
Like, not all the final touches, but here's where the building's gonna go, and.
I need to do, based on tonight, I was going to go back and have some more conversations with some individuals I know in the field to say, hey, so I could provide an update in July.
Yeah.
So, because
That sounds good.
it's not feasible to just go out and do it.
It's not,
But I think it's,
but we need to have the right people in place to. start
that's
when
what
the
I
time
think you need
comes.
to do.
And
I think,
that's gonna be the big.
but I also think you need to see, what is this really going to cost? And are we really going to implement it? Because the last thing you want to do is get into, in my opinion, is to get into a position and you build a facility and you run out of money and you build something less adequate than you got now. What's the point? You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
It's true, and the other thing we gotta look at is how grand we're gonna be. And by that, what I mean is we've got a limited acreage right now. And if we're gonna go to something grand and big, we're gonna need more acreage. And we're gonna need to do that now is better than waiting later, because of the cost of land around here and the availability of land.
Yeah.
And that's gonna be a problem as far as acreage.
So to me, the grandest it can be is what fits on that property island. That's my view, because that's where I believe it needs to be. You can't move what's there. Because not the whole point, but the a point is that becomes.
Really wish we could have got the property across the road. But we didn't get it, so it doesn't.
But, so the fire station, in my view, has to be able to fit on there. If it doesn't fit on there, then I wouldn't do anything. I mean, I just.
Yeah, I mean, the thing.
But I think it will fit, because I think.
I think it will fit too. at least, the only thing that concerns me about the final build out, the anticipation of the final build out is these numbers that initially, everyone said, only Township local school district is being so scientific on the build out of making certain that we'll only need these many elementaries, these many middles, these many high schools. And that has ballooned in 4 years, and we all know why. We all know why. And my concern is that what we anticipate as the final number, when every inch of this township is zoned, is going to be a lot more higher, a lot higher than what we initially anticipate. And the other thing is, with the business park, that's the one area that we have the plan, and I don't know what the final is going to look like.
Well, to your point.
And what that need is going to be for fire.
To what your point, is well taken, because what I think you are maybe saying, I don't know, is to really take kind of what I said, but maybe then have in the plans where it really makes sense to expand it, where you can have a larger quarters for firefighters, maybe another bay.
Exactly.
Because here's two things that can go wrong. You can underestimate, and there's a lot more people, and so you've got to have more space. The other is we get eaten up, annexed, and we don't need everything that we think we will need. So there is something about that needs to be considered. And we won't know until
Until we know. I think we will know a lot of this information though in the next 5 to 10 years.
Yeah, but we can't wait that long.
I know.
I mean, we've got to have a place to put people to work now. We've got to have, and see, if we know what we're doing in the future, you can change your view of what you're doing with this facility. If you don't know where you're going, even though it's not going to be built in 2 years, you at least know where you're going, and you can make decisions based.
I think there's enough that we have zoned it to make a plan. It's just, and you don't know when the plan's gonna take a sudden turn, but.
Something else we gotta take into account is, right now, we're a young community, and whether or not the community ages. Because, I don't have kids at school, okay? I don't need to live here. We don't need to have kids, we don't need to be here, and it would be easy to move somewhere else, which would put somebody young in my house and somebody young in some of the other houses, which means that it could be a young community forever.
It could be. Now, I do think that something that has changed that a little bit, and I said this to Lafayette when I was county commissioner, because he was doing a study, and I said, and he hadn't thought of this. I said, a problem with your scenario is this. That's the way it's happened in the past. But interest rates have dropped.
Right.
But when interest rates start to go up, people are locked onto their houses because they don't want to take on 8% loan when they got a 3%. And so where it would have changed to 4 kids in this house, I mean, stretching. But the thing is, once those interest rates drop, all of a sudden those people are gone, and then you've got an older population to a younger population, and you just don't know when that's going to happen.
You don't know where it's going to go, but my point is we just look at that as well as,
Absolutely.
it's all got to be looked at, where we're at, where we're going.
Let's try to get the right people lined up. Let's try to see what the feasibility timeline is. Maybe you could soft lob, hey, if we started on this project in January, these are the general parameters that we would want to have in place. Feasibility, money.
And something you guys may or may not know about is there was a meeting today that Aubrey and Jesse went to about 36, 37. And really it's about 37. And ODOT is trying to connect 37 from 23 to 161.
Oh, we're back on this again?
Yeah, and what they were looking at here in Berlin Township was Rollinson Road being a flyover road
Yeah.
over 36. and how that would impact things. And so all of that comes into play.
I'm not opposed to that, because actually that makes sense to me.
No, that's a discussion yet to be had. That's not the current
Okay,
proposed design.
okay.
And so we will be discussing what comes next with the county and ODOT to come. So, and I was planning to share that information with you. I haven't had a chance yet today. We'll get to that very soon.
All that does come into play. though.
Later this week.
But are we in, so I think we have alignment on priorities, direction, vision. I think it's just the timing for me.
And I think what I am hearing is good. I just want you to be able to speed up your,
Yes,
if you need to.
yes.
So you've got everything, you got your ducks in a row, and you can go at variable speeds.
Yeah,
But if you need to get a point to where you need to do appropriations, you can.
yeah,
That's what I'm saying.
yeah, that makes sense, yeah. And that is not,
You
that,
understand what I'm saying?
because if the proposed went through as the language today, we would need to allocate that money by end of next year.
And what I envision is that it's not gonna be part of the budget, but it's gonna come up as a single item.
You think so?
There's certain people pushing it, and when certain people push it, things happen. And it may be an unintended consequence of another problem they're trying to fix. But when you're cannon fodder, you're cannon fodder.
Okay. Are we good?
I'm good. Are you good?
Yes, yes, thank you.
Where do we go to from here? Anywhere?
She's gonna do a follow-up with certain people.
Give me a little
Start
bit of
getting
time.
ducks in a row, but we're not gonna.
Yes.
I'm happy.
Understand that
Storage.
we are working, we have an intent to go down this path, but we are working on a little bit longer timeline with the intent of sometime next year being able to.
I would
move forward.
say the intent of starting around January next year. Because if Trustee Bullard and I return to the board, that will be a top priority.
Starting the planning process in earnest.
Well, see, the beauty is you don't really have to wait till January 1 if you're reelected, because you'll know.
Yeah, that's true.
Now, if you're not elected,
We don't know.
you don't know.
And when you can find out more hours in the day, let me know.
Yeah, there you go. Okay, and then we'll have, can you put the organizational analysis on the next meeting? Because I want to respond to that a little bit.
Yes, and I know he wants to talk about that as well.
Okay, great.
Okay, thank you. That takes us to Warren County Port Authority engagement resolution.
Yes.
I would like to make a motion. Did you all have a chance to read this?
Yeah.
Okay. For Board of Trustees, Berlin Township, Delaware County, Ohio, resolution number as defined by the
25-6-29.
25-6-29.
Yes, sir.
Okay, a resolution authorizing and requesting Warren County Port Authority to provide bond issuance services in support of the Peaceful Development Project. So moved, or as defined by the document provided. So moved.
Second.
Fiscal Officer Jordan, you'll make sure this is incorporated in its entirety into the minutes.
Yes.
Okay. Moved by Trustee Bullard, seconded by Trustee Rail. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Trustee Bullard.
Yes.
Trustee Rail.
Yes.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Do we need to sign this?
Please.
I don't know for my ruling because when I usually like to do it, I'm blocking it.
It's like, did I steal it?
No, I knew that. You don't have the right color today.
I'm a big fan of G2s. That's me. All three of us are.
Second, is it?
Great.
That takes us to Coalition Against Bigger Trucks 2025 Local Government Letter Request.
Yes, this was a request that trustee Rail received from the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks to sign on to a letter that other local governments are signing on to with against Congress's legislation that allows longer and heavier trucks. This would be to take the position that it's not advantageous for the roads in the long term. I wanted a meeting to be able to discuss, but more importantly, I reached out to the Ohio Township Association to see if they were familiar with this organization. They are, and they ultimately do support us. So, if the board would like to sign on and if you all wish to delegate the authority, be happy to submit this.
So do you recommend its approval?
Neutral, but yes, it doesn't hurt anything. It's the board's discretion.
So it is a legitimate organization?
Yes.
I mean, in general, when I read about it, it seemed a little bit nuanced, niche.
Yes.
But, and I'm not one to insert ourselves on federal items, but I think this actually has some ramifications for our own roads.
Huge, because I have seen when 3637 has been temporarily closed, the damage in an hour that happened to Sweeney Road, Kerr Road, and that's just near me. I mean, in an hour, there was like $13,000 worth of damage, as I recall, on Sweeney Road, from big, heavy trucks. Now, the number of cars, who cares, because they're not that heavy, but those trucks, they run on the edge, they get off.
What they wanted to do is to make this like Michigan trucks. I don't know if you've seen the Michigan trucks. The dump trucks would have in oil tankers and that would have 10 axles on them. And we haul maximum of, it's about 80,000 pounds, and it's good like 112,000.
Well, and I see sometimes, where they have like 5 axles and 2 of them are up, and it's loaded heavy, and so, because I think it takes more gas, doesn't it?
Well, what I'm talking about is the 4-wheel axles, regular.
Yeah.
They're not 18-wheel trucks, they're a lot more than that.
But my point is that even when they have those axles, they don't always use them when they meet. And
On the Michigan truck, yeah, but with the big trucks and like it would hopefully put fewer trucks on the road, but much bigger trucks on the road.
Yeah.
But in the small case of the smaller loads, they'll stay in the same size truck.
Well, see, my point was that, you can have 100 cars go down Sweeney Road, no damage. And you have 2 huge trucks and they do
ton of damage.
Yeah. So do I have a motion?
Move to approve the letter of support for the Coalition Against Bigger Trucks, local officials joint support sign up, and authorize Administrator Hale to complete the associated document to provide that support.
Second.
Moved by trustee Rail, seconded by trustee Boer. Discussion? Please call the roll.
Trustee O'Brien.
Yes.
Trustee Moeller.
Yes.
Trustee Rao.
Yes.
That takes us to for year 26-27 state operating budget.
Yes, this is my item.
Yes.
Yes, so I forwarded you all the legislative update provided by the Ohio Township Association with specific positions that the OTA plans to take with regards to some of the budgetary items that have come through. I specifically, we have the replacement, the property tax opposition eliminates replacement levies after January 1st, 2026. So that is a huge item that would have immediate ramifications for townships.
It does. Now, I don't think it does for us, but it does for others.
Yeah.
I mean, huge, because they already have a replacement.
Right.
I'm opposed to replacement because we miss the rollback if we do a replacement. And so I've made that clear from numerous, I'd rather do a new levy than to do a
A
replacement.
replacement levy,
Yeah.
yeah.
Because if we need additional, funds, let's say we need funds for the facility, I want a new levy, I would not want to do a replacement.
Right, right. That makes sense. It does also, indicate OTA's opposition to, the adult use marijuana and the cannabis funds for townships. Also, the
Yeah.
county budget commission reduced millage. And very importantly, and I think I mentioned this before because this is something that, our own, Representative Mr. Brenner is in support of, the increase of zoning referendum threshold from 15% to 35% of the total vote cast for all candidates for governor. That's something that we have spoken with Mr. Brenner about, and very disappointed to hear his position on this,
And it's-
especially since it's already been doubled with his support in the last 2 years.
And I don't think he's going to change his support for that. Now, some of those, like the cannabis, doesn't affect us because
Right,
we
yeah.
don't have it, but what I don't care about it.
Care for.
What I don't care for about it is, the number of things that's eroding local control.
Yes, well, and part of the promises that were made to townships when they voted in favor of it was that there would be support and funding coming back into local community. So to take that now, you're getting kind of the worst of the worst worlds.
That's right.
You know, not the best of the worst worlds, so.
That's right. And, it's not just townships, I believe, that they're going after. I think they're going after other, local, including the county. But I've seen, if you really look at the legislation, a tendency to consolidate power, either to the state or to the counties at the expense of townships. And something that they also tend to seem to be wanting to do is give more power to the county commissioners at others' expenses. So like on the budget commission, they were trying to change from the county prosecutor to the county commissioners. And my understanding is that the county commissioners weren't seeking it. So it wasn't like they were trying to do what a county commissioner wanted. It's that the legislature just wanted to give more power to the commissioners. So that's just a trend that I think that we need to be cognizant of.
Yeah, I've heard reference to local authority being the county, as if the state feels that the county is the local authority. But there are cities and townships too, so this elemental process is kind of intriguing, but this definitely is stripping power and jurisdiction and authority from the truly local community.
And I'm not sure why they want to go down that route.
Well, referendum money.
Well, I mean, the overall theme, not that particular issue.
Well, I think because the county level is a lot more involved. I mean, there's not a lot of, how do you say, not a lot of teeth that we have as trustees in townships, but there is a lot of teeth at the county level.
Well, yeah.
And if you don't want to use it wisely, then.
Okay. Anything else on that issue?
Administrator Harold, did you have anything else to note from this?
I do not.
The stuff from the state legislature, from the OTA, one thing that I wanted to point out is basically what the referendum bill does is kills referendums.
Yes.
Kills referendums.
There's no way that places like Genoa will be able to ever reach that
I mean,
threshold.
taking it to 15% made it extremely difficult to do. Taking it to 25 to 35%.
35 is.
35% makes it impossible. And for the short period of time you had to collect the signatures and stuff, that's a very, very high bar to cross.
It does, you're right, it essentially kills the referendum for most of our townships in our county. And it's really a shame that our own representative is supporting this.
But it's only for zoning issues. It's not referendums for other things. Okay.
Okay, so that takes us to old business. See, I would like to make a comment that because once we have a township administrator, we don't revisit the same issues 12 times.
I would like, I don't know if this is old business or maybe new business, but assistant to the fiscal officer, I don't know where that would end up, but if we could have an update of that in July, I think that would be good. I don't know if it's under fiscal officer, old business, or trustee items, but wherever you guys.
Under fiscal officer.
Okay.
Future meetings, I do know that we have a delegate association.
Yeah, emergency meeting Thursday and a DCTA meeting Thursday.
Oh, back to back?
Pardon?
You're doing back to back meetings?
Yeah, one's at 1:30 and one's at 6. So, yeah.
Due diligence. Yeah, DCTA meeting I'm looking forward to at 6 p.m. Thursday. I'll be there.
That's all I got.
Late items.
We
And
have,
I'm gonna do an REA for Sherman's Pizza. So I make a motion that we authorize, Rob Bullard and the Township Administrator to create an REA for Sherman Road Speed Study. So
Second?
moved.
Moved by trustee Buller, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call the roll.
Trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
Yeah. And then, I mentioned the legislative items. I mean, there's a whole bunch of things that I'll pick out.
Yeah.
The other thing is, we didn't do anything with this. We didn't do anything with it. You said later.
For next meeting.
Okay.
we have one late item that's in your packet. This is for the door opener at the fire bay. It is original to the building and it has been malfunctioning. And so we're requesting funds to replace it. It is not going up all the way and we really don't want an engine being slowed down by a door that's not going up all the way, so.
Second matter there too.
Okay, so I have, so I move that we approve a requisition to the door guys for an amount of $3,492.96, with the expected cost being $3,175.42 for the purpose of a new lift master door opener for bay number 3.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion. Please call roll.
trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien.
Yes. Any other items for the good of the
I
order?
have one more item, which is requesting authorization to sign for the Ford Escape and the F-550 that have both been ordered, and we are nearing the point of needing to take delivery. So could we sign, if I have authorization to sign all related documents, including applying for the license tag for both of those?
Move to approve.
Second?
Moved by the chair, seconded by trustee Rail. Discussion.
I didn't hear a word of that, get to me tomorrow.
Authorization to sign for both new
To
vehicles.
execute any and all documents associated with the purchasing of the Ford Escape and F-550, including registration
The F-550 and the.
and Escape,
Okay,
including title and registration.
okay.
Did we vote on that?
Not yet.
Okay. Please call the roll.
Trustee O'Brien,
Yes.
trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee Rail.
Yes, a little combination.
Anything else for the good of the order?
Make a motion to adjourn.
Second?
Moved by trustee Buller, seconded by trustee Rail. Please call the roll.
Trustee Bullard,
Yes.
trustee Rail,
Yes.
trustee O'Brien.
Yes. We are adjourned.
I do that BRO a lot.
You're,
I think statistically, that's the most common.
you're